Hello everyone and welcome back to the Horror Hut. Now, I know a lot of you use these videos to sleep, so before you drift off I thought it would be a fun idea if everyone can leave a comment to let me know where you are listening from in the world. Also like and subscribe if you are enjoying the episodes. Right, let's get comfy and relax and let's begin. I had been planning the trip for weeks. Just me, the woods, and a tent. It wasn't supposed to be anything complicated, just a weekend away from work, my phone, and the city noise. I found this campground online, said it was public land, free to camp on, no reservations needed. It sounded perfect. I left early on Friday to get a good spot. It was a bit off the beaten path, up some narrow roads that turned to gravel the deeper you went into the trees. When I finally arrived, it was just like I imagined. Quiet. There were no other cars, no signs of anyone else being around. The trees were dense, and the only sound was the wind rustling through the leaves. I found a small clearing by a stream, set up my tent, and started a fire. It felt good to be alone out there. I didn't even bring my phone. Well, it was in my bag, but it was off. I didn't need it. I just wanted to unwind, breathe, be alone with my thoughts. The first night went well. I made some food over the fire, read a bit, and stared up at the stars before turning in for the night. The next morning, I decided to go for a hike. The trails weren't marked, but I had a general sense of where I was. I followed the stream for about an hour before heading back to camp. It was early afternoon by the time I returned. That's when I first noticed them. Two guys were standing by my tent. One of them was leaning against a tree, arms crossed, and the other was crouched down, poking around the fire pit I had set up the night before. Neither of them looked like they belonged there. The one standing was tall, wiry, with a dirty baseball cap pulled low over his face. The other was shorter but stockier, with a thick beard and stained clothes. They hadn't seen me yet, so I stayed hidden behind the trees, trying to figure out what to do. I didn't want to confront them right away. Maybe they were just passing through. Maybe they thought the camp was abandoned. But the longer I watched, the more uneasy I felt. They weren't just looking around, they were going through my stuff. The taller one kicked my bag over and started rummaging through it. I couldn't stay hidden forever, so I stepped out into the clearing, trying to act calm. "Hey, can I help you guys with something?" I called out, forcing a smile. The taller one straightened up, looking at me like he was surprised I had shown up. "This is our spot," he said, no greeting, no explanation. His voice was flat, almost bored. I stopped a few feet away from them, keeping my distance. I thought this was public land. First come, first served, right? The shorter one stood up, dusting his hands off on his pants. "Yeah, well, we've been coming here for years. You need to move." I felt my stomach tighten. I hadn't seen any signs or anything that said this was private. I wasn't even sure how they found me out here. It seemed like I was the only one for miles. But their tone, it wasn't just a request. They were telling me to leave. "I've already set up camp," I said, trying to sound firm but not aggressive. "I'm not planning to stay long, just until tomorrow." The taller guy stepped closer, and I realized just how much bigger he was than me. "I don't think you're listening, man. This is our spot. You need to pack your shit and go." My heart started to race, but I kept my face calm. "Look, I'm not looking for trouble. I'll be out of here by tomorrow morning. You can have it then." The shorter one laughed, but it wasn't a friendly laugh. It was the kind of laugh that made my skin crawl. "Or you can leave now." I knew right then that these guys weren't going to back down. I wasn't sure what they were planning, but I didn't like the way they were staring at me. It felt like they were waiting for me to make the wrong move. I tried to de-escalate. Okay, fine. Let me pack up my stuff, and I'll be out of your way. The tall one didn't move, blocking my path to the tent. How about we help you pack? His words didn't sound like an offer. They felt more like a threat. I kept my hands steady, though my legs were shaking underneath. No, I've got it. Won't take me long. I started to walk toward my tent, keeping an eye on them both. The shorter guy had moved to my left, circling around me like a predator. My mind raced, thinking of ways out of this. If they tried something, I didn't know how I'd defend myself. I had a small pocket knife in my bag, but that was it. And there was no way I could outrun them through the woods. Just as I reached for the tent, the taller guy grabbed my shoulder. His grip was tight, and I could feel the rough calluses on his fingers. I don't think you're in any hurry, he said, his voice low, almost amused. I pulled back, shrugging his hand off. I said I'm leaving, I snapped, my patience wearing thin. He didn't like that. His face darkened, and for a moment, I thought he was going to hit me. Instead, he stepped closer, towering over me. You don't get it, do you? He muttered. You're not leaving until we say so. My heart was pounding now, and I could feel the panic rising in my chest. I had no idea what to do. I was completely alone, with no one around for miles, and these two guys were blocking my only way out. I could feel the tension in the air, thick and suffocating. Before I could say anything else, the shorter guy pulled something out of his jacket, a long, rusty hunting knife. He held it up, spinning it lazily in his hand. Maybe you need a little motivation, he said, grinning. That's when it hit me. I was in real danger. This wasn't just about a camping spot. These guys wanted to scare me, maybe worse. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. I couldn't fight them both, and I had no idea how fast they'd be if I ran. But then, I remembered something. The road. It wasn't far, maybe half a mile. If I could get there, I might be able to flag someone down. I didn't have much of a plan beyond that, but it was better than standing there, waiting for whatever they had in mind. I made a split-second decision. Without warning, I shoved the taller guy as hard as I could, catching him off balance. He stumbled back, cursing, and I took off into the trees. I didn't look back. I just ran, pushing through the underbrush, my lungs burning as I sprinted toward the road. I could hear them shouting behind me, their footsteps crashing through the leaves. The shorter guy was yelling something, but I couldn't make out the words. All I could focus on was the sound of my heartbeat pounding in my ears and the sight of the gravel road up ahead. I reached the road just as a truck was coming around the bend. I waved my arms, shouting for help, and the driver slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching on the gravel. I ran up to the window, breathless, and told him I needed help. The two guys had stopped at the edge of the trees, watching from a distance. I don't know why they didn't follow me onto the road, but I didn't care. The driver, an older man, saw the look on my face and told me to get in. We drove off, leaving the campsite and those two guys behind. I didn't go back for my tent. I didn't care about any of it. I just wanted to get as far away from those men as possible. When I got back to town, I went straight to the police, but they didn't seem too interested. No real harm was done, they said. Just some guys trying to scare me. But it wasn't just that. It was more than that. I could feel it in the way they looked at me, the way they moved, like they had done this before. Like they knew exactly how far they could push someone before things got too serious. I haven't been camping since. I don't think I ever will again. I've always liked hiking alone. It's peaceful, quiet, and gives me a break from everything. There's something about being out in the middle of nowhere, just trees and dirt trails. No distractions. I've done it dozens of times without a problem. But after what happened last year, I haven't been back out there. I'm not sure if I ever will. It was early fall, the weather was cooling off, and I decided to take a weekend trip to a trail I hadn't been on before. It was a bit more remote, not one of the usual well-marked paths. That was part of the appeal: fewer people, more time for me to clear my head. I parked my car at the trailhead and started walking just after dawn. I had all the usual stuff with me: my pack, plenty of water, snacks, a map. The first few hours were great. The trail was mostly flat, weaving through the forest, with a few steep parts, but nothing too hard. I hadn't seen anyone else, which was perfect. By the time I stopped for lunch, I was about halfway through the loop. I found a spot by a small stream, ate my sandwich, and just sat there, listening to the water and the wind in the trees. That's when I noticed something strange. Off in the distance, on the other side of the stream, I saw movement. At first, I thought it was a deer or something, but then I realized it was people. 3 of them, moving through the trees. They weren't on the trail, they were cutting through the woods. I didn't think too much of it at the time. Maybe they were just experienced hikers or knew a shortcut. I wasn't even sure they saw me. But something about the way they moved caught my attention. They weren't talking, and they didn't seem to have any gear with them. No packs, no walking sticks, nothing. I figured they were probably locals who knew the area well and didn't need much. After lunch, I continued on the trail, heading deeper into the woods. A few times, I thought I heard footsteps behind me, but whenever I stopped to listen, there was nothing. Just the wind and the occasional bird. I chalked it up to my imagination. I was out there alone, after all, and sometimes you get jumpy when it's that quiet. It wasn't until later in the afternoon that I saw them again. The same 3 people. This time, they were much closer. I was coming around a bend in the trail, and there they were, standing right in the middle of the path. I was a little startled, but I waved and said hello, trying to be friendly. They didn't say anything at first, just watched me as I approached. One of them, a man who looked to be in his 40s, finally spoke. He asked me if I was hiking alone. His voice was calm, but there was something about the way he asked that made me uneasy. I nodded, told them I was just doing the loop and would be heading back soon. The other 2, a younger man and a woman, stood behind him, staring at me but not saying a word. Then the questions started. The man asked where I was parked, how long I'd been out, if I had seen anyone else on the trail. He asked if I had a map, if I knew the area well. I answered as politely as I could, but the questions kept coming. They seemed less like small talk and more like they were trying to figure out exactly what I was doing there. I started to feel really uncomfortable. I noticed none of them had any gear with them, no backpacks, no water bottles, nothing that made sense for being out in the middle of nowhere. I asked if they were lost or needed help getting back to the trailhead, trying to shift the conversation. The man smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. He said they were just exploring and didn't need any help. I wanted to keep moving, so I said I had to get going before it got too late. As I started to walk past them, the younger man stepped in front of me, blocking my way. He didn't say anything, just stood there, staring at me. I froze. My heart was racing, but I tried to stay calm. I asked him to move, told him I needed to get back before dark. The older man spoke again, saying they were in no hurry, and maybe I should stay with them for a while. The way he said it, like it wasn't a suggestion, made the hair on the back of my neck stand up. I realized then that something was very, very wrong. I forced a smile, told them I had people waiting for me at the trailhead, and that they'd come looking for me if I didn't show up soon. That seemed to make them hesitate, but only for a second. The younger man stepped aside, and I took the chance to walk past them, my heart pounding. As soon as I was out of sight, I started walking faster, almost running. I kept looking over my shoulder, but they weren't following me, at least not that I could see. I tried to stay calm, but every instinct I had was screaming at me to get out of there. I didn't stop, didn't slow down, just kept moving, hoping I'd make it back to the trailhead before anything else happened. After what felt like forever, I reached a split in the trail. I wasn't sure which way led back to the parking lot, but I didn't want to stop and check my map. I picked the path that looked more traveled and started jogging. That's when I heard them behind me. Footsteps, getting closer. I glanced back and saw the three of them, walking quickly in my direction. They weren't running, but they didn't have to. I knew if they caught up with me, I'd be in serious trouble. I ran. My legs were burning, my chest was tight, but I didn't stop. I could hear them behind me, closer now, their footsteps matching mine. I thought about dropping my pack to make myself faster, but I couldn't bring myself to do it. I didn't want to lose anything that might help me later. Finally, I saw the parking lot through the trees. My car was there, just a few hundred feet away. I sprinted, fumbling for my keys, praying I'd make it before they caught up. I reached my car, yanked the door open, and jumped inside. As I started the engine, I saw them emerge from the trees, standing at the edge of the lot, just watching me. The older man smiled again, that same unsettling smile, and waved as I drove away. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back in town, where I knew I was safe. I still don't know what they wanted or why they were following me, but I can't shake the feeling that I got lucky that day. If I'd stayed with them any longer, if I hadn't run when I did, I'm not sure I'd be here to tell this story. I'm not sure how to even start this, but I guess I just need to get it out. It's been a few weeks now, and I still can't stop thinking about what happened. I went camping alone at a popular site, a place I'd been to a couple of times before, so I felt pretty safe. It was supposed to be a quiet weekend away, you know, just me and nature. I had everything planned out, 2 nights, some hiking during the day, reading by the fire at night. The first day was great. I found a nice spot not too far from the entrance of the site, but far enough that I wouldn't be disturbed by anyone. There were other campers around, but most were spread out, minding their own business. I didn't really interact with anyone much, just a nod or wave here and there as I passed people on the trails. But there was this one guy. I first noticed him when I was setting up my tent. He was about 50 feet away at his own spot, just sitting on a camping chair, staring in my direction. He had this old, beat-up tent, looked like it had seen better days, and his whole setup was kind of messy, cooler, bags, random stuff scattered around. I brushed it off at first, thinking maybe he was just spacing out, or maybe he was just trying to be friendly in that weird, awkward way some people are. But then, every time I looked over, he was still watching me. I tried not to let it bother me. I mean, people stare sometimes, right? He wasn't doing anything threatening, just sitting there, staring. It was weird, but I convinced myself he was harmless. I finished setting up, made a quick dinner, and went for a short walk before it got too dark. By the time I got back to my tent, it was starting to cool down, so I lit a small fire and sat by it for a while, reading. When I looked over to his side again, he was still there, still staring. He hadn't moved from that chair. It was dark now, and the only light was from my fire and the dim lantern he had hanging in his camp. His face was kind of shadowed, but I could still feel his eyes on me. I didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but it was starting to get under my skin. I thought about moving my camp, but the site was already pretty full, and there weren't any other spots available that weren't right up against someone else. Besides, packing up everything in the dark just because some guy was being a creep seemed a little extreme. So, I decided to just ignore him, focus on my book, and go to bed early. When I finally crawled into my tent, I made sure everything was zipped up tight, even though it was a warm night. I figured if I couldn't see him, he couldn't bother me. But I couldn't sleep. Every little sound outside made me tense up. I kept picturing him out there, just sitting in his chair, still watching my tent. At some point, I must have dozed off because I woke up suddenly to the sound of something moving outside. It wasn't an animal, though. It was slow, deliberate, like footsteps. I froze, listening, my heart pounding in my chest. Then, I heard it, soft scraping, like fingers brushing against the fabric of my tent. I held my breath, hoping I was imagining it, but the sound came again, this time louder. Someone was outside my tent, and they were trying to be quiet. I grabbed my phone, but my hands were shaking so much I almost dropped it. I fumbled with it, turning it on, and saw it was just after 2 a.m. I sat there for a few seconds, listening, trying to convince myself it was just the wind or an animal. But then, there was another sound, a soft thud, like someone's hand pressing against the side of the tent. My heart was racing, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't have any weapons, no way to defend myself. The closest thing I had was a flashlight, but that wasn't going to help if someone really wanted to get in. And then, I heard the zipper. Slowly, almost painfully slow, someone was trying to unzip the door of my tent. I couldn't breathe. I just sat there, frozen, listening to the sound of the zipper inching down, bit by bit. Whoever it was, they were trying to be careful, trying not to wake me. Without thinking, I finally spoke up, my voice shaking. "Who's there?" There was a pause, and for a moment, everything went silent. No footsteps, no scraping, nothing. I held my breath, waiting. Then, I heard a voice from outside. Low, gruff, and way too close. "I thought you were asleep." It was him. The guy from the other campsite. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. "What do you want?" I tried to sound firm, but my voice cracked. There was another pause, and then he said, "Just checking on you. Didn't want you to be scared out here alone." I didn't say anything. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. If I screamed, would anyone hear me? The other campsites weren't that far, but I didn't know if anyone would come, or if he would even let me scream. Then, he started moving again. I could hear his hand on the zipper, trying to pull it down the rest of the way. Panic surged through me, and I grabbed my phone, dialing 911 without even thinking. The operator picked up almost immediately, but I didn't dare speak out loud. I just whispered into the phone, "Someone's trying to break into my tent." I don't know if they heard me or not, but I didn't have time to find out. The zipper was almost all the way down now, and I could see his shadow just outside. Without thinking, I grabbed the flashlight and turned it on, shining it directly at the door of the tent. The light caught him off guard, and he stumbled back, cursing under his breath. I used that moment to dive out of the tent on the other side, running barefoot across the cold ground toward the nearest campsite. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps pounding against the dirt, but I didn't look back. I just ran, as fast as I could, toward the dim light of another campfire in the distance. When I got close enough, I started shouting, screaming for help. The people at the other campsite, 2 older guys, jumped up immediately, confused but ready to help. I reached them just as the man chasing me stopped at the edge of their light, watching from the darkness. "Call the cops," I gasped, out of breath. He tried to break into my tent. One of the guys pulled out his phone while the other one grabbed a large stick, stepping forward like he was ready to defend me. The man from my campsite didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at me, before finally turning and walking back into the trees. I didn't go back to my tent that night. The police showed up about half an hour later, but by then, the guy was long gone. They searched the area but didn't find anything, no sign of him, no tracks, nothing. I'm still trying to wrap my head around what happened. I've been replaying the whole thing over and over in my mind, trying to figure out if we missed something, some kind of sign, but it all happened so fast, and nothing about it makes sense. We thought it would just be a normal camping trip, you know? Me, Josh, Nick, and Sarah, people I've known for years. We've done this kind of thing before, heading out to the woods for a weekend, drinking, hiking, messing around by the fire, that kind of thing. But this time, something was off, right from the beginning. We drove out Friday afternoon. It was a remote spot, one Josh had found online. He's usually good about that kind of stuff, finding cool places that aren't too crowded. This one was deep in the woods, way off any marked trail, just like we wanted. The weather was perfect, and everything seemed fine. The first night was normal, drinks, a lot of talking, and then everyone crashed around midnight. We had 2 tents, me and Nick in one, Sarah and Josh in the other. I didn't sleep well. I don't know if it was because I had too much to drink or because I'm not used to the sounds of the woods, but every little noise outside kept waking me up. I could hear the wind in the trees, animals rustling around, and just silence sometimes, like too much silence, if that makes sense. But nothing felt threatening. Just typical stuff, I thought. So I drifted in and out of sleep all night. The next morning, when I woke up, Nick was gone. At first, I didn't think much of it. I figured he'd gotten up early and gone for a walk or something. He's one of those people who likes to watch the sunrise, so I thought maybe he was off doing that. I got out of the tent and saw that Josh and Sarah were already up, sitting by the fire, looking kind of confused. "Have you seen Nick?" I asked, and Josh shook his head. "He's probably just exploring," Sarah said. She didn't seem worried, and neither was I, not at that point. We all assumed he'd be back soon, so we had breakfast and waited. But after about an hour, it started to feel off. Nick wasn't the type to just disappear without saying something. He didn't take his phone, didn't leave a note, nothing. It wasn't like him. We decided to split up and look for him. Josh and I went one way. Sarah stayed at the campsite in case he came back. We walked for hours, shouting his name, checking the trails, but there was no sign of him. No footprints, no broken branches, nothing that said someone had been there. It was like he had just vanished. And the more time passed, the more uneasy I felt. Something about the woods that day felt wrong, like the trees were watching us or something. I know that sounds crazy, but that's how it felt, like we weren't alone. By the time we got back to camp, it was already afternoon, and Sarah still hadn't seen him. We were all starting to get freaked out at this point. We didn't have cell service out there, so we couldn't call for help, and none of us knew what to do. Josh kept saying we should just wait, that maybe Nick would show up, but I didn't believe that anymore. Something wasn't right. I kept thinking about how quiet it had been the night before, how I kept waking up to nothing. We searched again in the afternoon, this time going farther, calling his name until our voices were hoarse. Still nothing. No sign of Nick. That's when I started to notice something. As we were walking back to camp, I saw something small, almost hidden in the dirt. A wrapper from one of those granola bars Nick always carried in his backpack. It was just lying there, near the base of a tree, almost like it had been dropped on purpose. I pointed it out to Josh, and we both just stared at it for a second. "That's Nick's, right?" I asked. Josh nodded, but his face looked pale. "Yeah, he always has those." We looked around, but there was nothing else. No tracks, no more wrappers, nothing to suggest where he could have gone. We picked it up and headed back to camp, and I could feel this growing sense of dread in the pit of my stomach. Something wasn't right. When we got back, Sarah was sitting by the fire, looking more upset than when we left. She didn't say anything at first, just stared at the ground, her face pale. "We found this," I said, holding up the wrapper. "It's Nick's." Her eyes widened, and she stood up quickly. "Where was it?" "About half a mile that way," I pointed. She looked like she was about to say something, but then she stopped, glancing around the campsite like she was expecting to see something. "What's wrong?" Josh asked. She hesitated, then said, "I found something, too." She walked over to her tent and pulled something out of her bag. It was a small, crumpled piece of paper. She handed it to me, and when I opened it, my stomach dropped. It was a note, written in messy, almost childish handwriting. It just said, "I'm watching you." I stared at the note, my hands shaking. "Where did you find this?" Sarah swallowed hard. "It was in my tent when I got back from the bathroom. I didn't put it there." We all just stood there in silence for a minute, none of us knowing what to say. Josh was the first to speak. "This isn't funny," he said, his voice shaky. "Who's messing with us?" But none of us had any answers. Nick was still missing, and now we had this creepy note that made everything 10 times worse. Someone was out there, watching us. That much was clear. We didn't know what to do. It was too late to leave that night, and we didn't have enough daylight left to make it back to the car. The only choice we had was to stay put and wait until morning. But none of us wanted to sleep. We sat around the fire, barely talking, all of us on edge. Every sound in the woods made us jump. I kept thinking about the note, about how Nick had just disappeared without a trace. Who was watching us? And why? As it got darker, the feeling of being watched got stronger. I could feel it in the pit of my stomach, like someone's eyes were on me, even though I couldn't see them. We all tried to stay calm, but it wasn't working. Around midnight, Josh finally broke. "We have to leave," he said, standing up suddenly. "I'm not staying here another night." But before we could even start packing up, we heard something. Footsteps. Not far off in the trees. Slow, deliberate footsteps, like someone was walking around the edge of our camp, staying just out of sight. Sarah froze, her eyes wide with fear. "Did you hear that?" Josh grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the trees, but we couldn't see anything. The footsteps stopped for a moment, then started again, this time on the other side of the camp. "We need to go," I said, my voice barely a whisper. But we didn't have anywhere to go. It was pitch black, and the trail was impossible to follow in the dark. We were trapped. The footsteps circled us for what felt like hours. Every time we thought they stopped, they'd start again, always just out of sight, just far enough away that we couldn't see who or what was making them. None of us slept that night. We just sat there, huddled around the fire, waiting for morning. When the sun finally came up, we packed up as fast as we could and started the hike back to the car. We never found Nick. Not a single trace of him. The police searched the area, but nothing came up. It's like he just vanished into thin air. I still don't know who left that note, or who was out there in the woods that night. But I know one thing, someone was watching us. And whoever they were, they didn't want us to leave. It was just a quiet weekend camping trip by the river, a spot I found last summer and always wanted to come back to. I needed the peace, the break from everything. It wasn't like it was deep in the wilderness or anything. The spot was about a mile off a hiking trail, near the riverbank, so it felt remote enough but still close enough if I needed to get out fast. I got there early in the afternoon, parked my car at the trailhead, and hiked with my gear down to the water. The weather was perfect, not too hot, not too cold, and the sound of the river was calming. It was one of those spots where you could sit and listen to the water, just lose yourself in the quiet. I set up my tent in a little clearing by the trees, close enough to the river that I could hear it, but not so close that I'd be worried about flooding if it rained. After everything was set up, I pulled out a book, made myself some lunch, and just sat there, letting the peace settle in. The sun was high, and the sky was clear. There were no other people around, which was exactly what I wanted. Around 4 in the afternoon, I saw them for the first time. I was sitting by the edge of the river, just watching the water when I noticed movement upstream. 2 men in a canoe, slowly paddling toward me. They weren't doing anything particularly strange at first, just drifting down the river like you'd expect anyone to do. But as they got closer, I realized they were both staring right at me. At first, I didn't think much of it. People look, right? It's not that unusual. I was the only person out there as far as I could tell. But as they got closer, their eyes didn't move away. They just kept staring. I tried to ignore it, looking back at my book and pretending like I hadn't noticed them. But you know that feeling when someone's watching you? I couldn't shake it. Even as they drifted past me, their heads turned, eyes locked on me the entire time. I tried to tell myself I was being paranoid. Maybe they were just curious. Maybe I looked weird, sitting out there alone. I mean, who goes camping by themselves, right? But something about the way they looked at me made me uncomfortable, and I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. They didn't say a word as they passed. They just drifted down the river, slowly, their eyes still on me until they were out of sight around the bend. I sat there for a while, trying to brush off the weird feeling they left behind. Eventually, I convinced myself it was nothing and went back to my book. The sun started to set a couple of hours later, casting long shadows through the trees. I made myself some dinner over the little camp stove I'd brought, trying to enjoy the quiet. But that feeling of being watched hadn't left me. Every now and then, I'd catch myself glancing down the river, half expecting to see the canoe again, but it didn't come back. The light started to fade, and I decided to call it a night. I packed up my stuff, climbed into my tent, and zipped it shut. I figured I'd read a bit more by flashlight before trying to sleep. But as soon as I turned off the light and lay back, I started to feel uneasy again. The sound of the river, which had been so peaceful during the day, now seemed too loud, almost like it was trying to drown out everything else. I lay there, listening, trying to pick out any other sounds, anything out of place. For a while, all I could hear was the river and the occasional rustling of leaves in the wind. But then, there was something else. Footsteps. At first, I wasn't sure I was hearing it right. It was faint, barely audible over the river, but it was there, someone walking around outside my tent. My heart started racing, and I held my breath, straining to hear. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, like whoever it was didn't want to be heard but wasn't trying too hard to hide it either. I didn't move. I didn't know what to do. My mind was racing, going over every possible explanation. Maybe it was another camper who'd come across my site by accident. But I knew that wasn't true. There was no one else out here. I'd seen the trail. I knew how remote this spot was. The footsteps came closer, circling the tent now, slow and steady. My heart was pounding in my chest so hard I was afraid whoever was out there would hear it. I reached for my phone, but there was no service out here. No way to call for help. I could feel the panic rising, but I forced myself to stay calm, stay quiet. Maybe if I didn't make a sound, they'd go away. Then I heard it. The zipper on my tent. It was just a faint noise at first, a slight tug, like someone testing it. I froze. The zipper tugged again, louder this time, as if whoever was outside was trying to be careful but was getting impatient. I didn't know what to do. I was trapped inside, and if they got the tent open, I didn't have anywhere to run. My mind raced, trying to come up with a plan. I had a small knife in my pack, but it was at the other end of the tent, out of reach. The zipper kept moving, slowly inching its way down. I could see the fabric start to part, just a sliver of darkness beyond. Without thinking, I grabbed the closest thing I could find, a heavy flashlight, and threw it at the zipper as hard as I could. It hit the side of the tent with a loud thud, and for a second, everything went still. The zipper stopped. The footsteps stopped. Silence. I held my breath, waiting, my heart pounding in my ears. Then, slowly, I heard the footsteps again. This time, they were moving away from the tent, back toward the river. I didn't move, didn't make a sound until the footsteps faded into the distance, swallowed by the noise of the water. I waited there in the dark for what felt like hours, too scared to move, too scared to breathe. Eventually, the night went silent again. No more footsteps. No more sounds. But I couldn't shake the feeling that whoever it was, they were still out there, watching, waiting for me to make a move. I didn't sleep that night. I just sat there in the dark, clutching the knife I'd finally managed to grab, waiting for morning. When the first light of dawn started to creep through the trees, I packed up as quickly and quietly as I could. My hands were shaking, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. I didn't even eat breakfast. I threw everything into my pack and started hiking back to my car. When I got to the trailhead, my car was still there, untouched. I tossed my gear into the back and didn't even stop to catch my breath. I just drove, trying to put as much distance between me and that campsite as possible. It wasn't until I was miles away, back on the main road, that I started to feel like I could breathe again. I don't know who those men were or what they wanted. Maybe it was just some messed up prank. Maybe they were trying to scare me. But I can't shake the feeling that if I hadn't thrown that flashlight, if I hadn't made a noise, they wouldn't have stopped. They would have come inside the tent. And I don't want to think about what would have happened then. I just wanted a quiet weekend to myself, you know? I hadn't taken a break in a while, and the idea of camping by the lake seemed perfect. Just me, my tent, a little fire, and the sound of the water. I found this spot online, a small lake about 2 hours away from the city. The kind of place where you could sit by the shore, cast a line, and not see another person for miles. That was the plan, anyway. I got there around noon. The drive was peaceful, and the further I got from the highway, the more relaxed I started to feel. The road turned into a gravel path, then dirt, until I finally found the turnoff leading to the lake. It wasn't marked or anything, but the GPS took me right there. The lake wasn't huge, just a small, calm body of water surrounded by woods. No houses around, no boats, just still water reflecting the sky. I set up my tent close to the shore, unpacked the cooler, and got everything situated. It was one of those clear days, a bit chilly, but the sun was warm enough to make it comfortable. I sat in a folding chair with a beer in my hand, just watching the water. I saw a couple of birds, a few fish jumping here and there. The whole place had this sense of stillness, like it had been forgotten by time. After a while, I noticed him. At first, I thought it was just a shadow or something. But no, there was a guy out on the lake, in a small boat, just sitting there. It looked like he was fishing, but he wasn't moving much, not even casting his line. I could just barely make him out, a figure sitting in the middle of the water, too far to see any details. I figured it was another camper or maybe someone local. I didn't think much of it. People fish, right? I spent the rest of the afternoon walking around the lake, exploring a bit. It was a beautiful spot, quiet, untouched. By the time I got back to my camp, the sun was starting to set. I made a small fire, cooked some food, and sat there watching the sky turn orange and purple. The fisherman was still out there. I hadn't seen him come to shore once. His boat was just sitting in the same spot, a dark silhouette on the water. It started getting dark, and that's when the feeling started creeping in. You know the one, when something doesn't feel right, but you can't put your finger on why. I couldn't shake the thought that the guy hadn't moved all day. I hadn't seen him pull up a line, hadn't seen him row back to shore, nothing. It was like he was just sitting there, watching. By the time the stars came out, I couldn't see him anymore. The lake was pitch black, and my fire was the only light. The water was so still, you couldn't even hear the usual sounds, no frogs, no insects, just silence. I tried to ignore it, tried to tell myself I was just being paranoid. I was alone, I wanted to be alone, so why was I getting freaked out over one guy who probably just liked fishing in the dark? But then, I heard something. It was faint at first, like a soft splash. I sat up, listening. Another splash, then the sound of something moving through the water, slow and deliberate. I stared out at the lake, trying to see if the fisherman was finally coming back to shore, but I couldn't see anything. It was too dark. I tried to convince myself it was nothing. Maybe it was an animal or a fish or something, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something wasn't right. I put out the fire, deciding to call it a night. The tent felt like the only safe place at that point, so I crawled inside, zipped it up tight, and lay there in the dark, listening. That's when I heard the voice. "Why are you on my land?" At first, I thought I imagined it. My heart started racing, and I froze, listening. There was a shuffle outside, and the voice came again, low and rough, like someone who hadn't spoken in a while. "This is my land. You don't belong here." I could hear footsteps now, crunching on the gravel by the shore. My tent was about 10 feet from the water, and it sounded like whoever it was, they were walking right toward me. My mouth went dry. I didn't have a weapon. I had a knife somewhere in my gear, but I couldn't reach it without making noise. I stayed as still as I could, hoping whoever it was would just go away. The footsteps stopped right outside the tent. I could hear the person breathing, slow and heavy. Then, the voice came again, louder this time. "I asked you a question. Why are you on my land?" I didn't say anything. My heart was pounding so hard I was afraid he'd hear it. Then I saw it, a shadow moving across the front of the tent. He was standing right there, inches away from me. "I know you're in there," he said, his voice low and threatening. "I've been watching you." I wanted to run, to grab my car keys and bolt, but I couldn't move. Then I heard it, a metallic sound, like something being cocked. I knew that sound. "A gun." "I'll give you one chance to answer me," the man said. "What are you doing on my land?" I swallowed hard, trying to think of something to say, anything that wouldn't set him off. I didn't know. I finally managed to get out, my voice shaking. "I thought this was public land." There was a long pause. Then the man let out a low, humorless laugh. "Public land? You think you can just set up here like it's nothing?" The shadow outside the tent moved closer, and I saw the barrel of the gun press against the fabric. I've lived here my whole life. This is my place. And you're trespassing. I didn't know what to do. I could feel the weight of the gun just inches from my face. I didn't know, I repeated, my voice barely above a whisper. Another long pause, and then the gun pulled back. I could hear him pacing outside, muttering to himself. People think they can just come here, do whatever they want. Not on my land. Not on my land. I stayed quiet, praying he'd leave, but then he stopped pacing. I should just shoot you right now, he said, his voice cold. Make sure you don't come back. I didn't dare move. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do, but there was nothing. I was trapped. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps started again. This time, they were moving away. I'll give you one night, he called out. You're gone by morning, or I'll make sure you don't leave at all. I didn't move until I couldn't hear him anymore. I waited, listening for any sign he was coming back, but the night stayed quiet. I finally unzipped the tent and peeked out. The lake was still, the boat gone, the only sign of him a few muddy footprints by the shore. I packed up my gear in record time, not even caring about being quiet anymore. By the time I reached my car, my hands were shaking so bad I could barely get the keys in the ignition. I didn't stop driving until I was miles away, back on the main road, where the lights of the town felt like the safest thing I'd ever seen. I don't know who that man was or if he really owned the land, but I do know I'll never go back to that lake again. Going camping alone. Maybe wasn't the smartest idea, but I've done it before, and I just needed some space. It wasn't my first time out in the woods by myself, and I always made sure to pick spots where people sometimes camp, so it wasn't like I was completely isolated. The area I chose was pretty popular in the summer, but it was early fall now, so the place was almost empty. I liked it that way. Quiet, peaceful. I drove out there in the morning, parked in the little dirt lot, and hiked in about 2 miles to a spot I'd been to before. It wasn't too far from the main trail, but it was far enough that I could feel like I was really out there, you know? I set up my tent in a small clearing near a stream, got my little fire pit ready, and just sat there listening to the water and the wind in the trees. It felt good, being alone out there, like I could finally breathe. Around mid-afternoon, I noticed something. The usual sounds of birds and rustling leaves seemed to go quiet all of a sudden. It was weird, but I figured maybe there was an animal nearby or something. Still, it made me feel on edge for a second, like someone was watching me. I brushed it off and kept busy, but that feeling didn't really go away. A few hours later, just as I was getting ready to cook some dinner, I heard footsteps. They were faint at first, but they were definitely footsteps, not the sound of an animal. I looked up, and through the trees, I saw a man coming toward me. He was wearing a ranger uniform, green with patches on the shoulders and a hat. I hadn't seen any rangers when I arrived, but I figured maybe they were making rounds, checking campsites. Hey there, he called out as he got closer, smiling in a way that didn't quite reach his eyes. You camping alone? I nodded, trying not to let the uneasy feeling I had show on my face. Yeah, just for the weekend. He walked up to my fire pit, looked around like he was inspecting the area, and then looked back at me. You know it's not safe out here by yourself, right? A lot of folks have gotten lost around here. I didn't say anything for a second, just watched him. Something about the way he was standing, how he didn't make any real eye contact, made me feel like something was off. He had the uniform, but there was no badge, no name tag. I know rangers usually have those, don't they? I'll be fine, I finally said, keeping my tone light, but my stomach was in knots. I've camped here before. He didn't seem to like that answer. His smile faded a little, and he stepped closer to the fire pit. You got a permit for this site? I blinked. A permit? I'd never needed one for this area. I shook my head. No, I didn't think I needed one here. The man stared at me for a moment, then shrugged. You don't. Not really. But it's always good to check. That's when I knew for sure something wasn't right. His tone changed, like he was testing me, seeing how much I'd push back. I tried to stay calm, but my heart was racing. Do you have a badge? I asked, keeping my voice steady. Just to make sure. He didn't answer right away. His eyes narrowed slightly, and he tilted his head like he was sizing me up. I don't have it on me right now, he said, almost casually. Left it back at the truck. That didn't make any sense. What kind of ranger doesn't carry a badge? My gut told me to get out of there, but I couldn't just leave. My car was a long hike away, and I didn't want to turn my back on him. I was stuck. Can I help you with something? I asked, trying to sound confident, even though every instinct was telling me to run. He smiled again, but this time it didn't look friendly at all. I'm just making sure you're safe out here. Like I said, a lot of people get lost. I didn't respond. I couldn't. My mind was racing, trying to figure out how to get out of this situation without making it worse. He stepped closer again, now only a few feet from me. You sure you're okay out here by yourself? His voice was low, almost mocking. Wouldn't want anything bad to happen. I forced myself to stay calm, my hands shaking slightly as I clenched them into fists. I'm fine, I said, as firmly as I could. Thanks for checking, but I'm good. For a second, I thought he was going to push it further, but then he just nodded slowly. All right, he said, taking a step back. I'll be around if you need anything. He turned and walked away, but not toward any trail or truck. He just disappeared into the trees, no path, nothing. I stood there, frozen, listening to his footsteps fade into the distance. I didn't move for a while, just trying to process what had happened. It wasn't until the sun started to set that I realized I couldn't stay there. That man wasn't a ranger, and I had no idea if he was really gone or just watching from the woods. I packed up my gear as quickly and quietly as I could, barely thinking about what I was doing. My only thought was getting out of there before he came back. As I started hiking back toward the trail, the sun was going down fast. The shadows were getting longer, and every little sound made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced he was following me. But I didn't see anything. I hiked for what felt like hours, my legs burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot, and even then, I didn't feel safe. My car was the only one there. There had been no other campers, no other rangers. I threw my gear in the back and got in the car, locking the doors before I even started the engine. As I drove away, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see him standing there at the edge of the lot, watching me leave. But he wasn't there. I don't know who that man was or what he wanted, but I'm sure of one thing: he wasn't a ranger, and he wasn't just checking on my safety. I'd gone out for a weekend camping trip alone. I don't usually do that, but this time, I just needed to get away from everything. Work had been stressful, and I thought a couple of nights out in the woods, away from the noise of the city, would help clear my head. I picked a spot that wasn't too far from home, about an hour's drive, then a short hike in. It was one of those places where there's no official campsite, just a wide open space near a stream that people sometimes use for camping. The first day was fine. I set up my tent, got a fire going, and just relaxed. I didn't see anyone else around, which was nice. I figured I had the whole area to myself. By the time night fell, the air had cooled off, and it was just me and the fire. After a while, I started getting tired, but before I went into the tent, I noticed something off in the distance. It was a glow, like another fire. At first, I was surprised. I hadn't seen anyone else all day, and the place was far enough off the beaten path that it wasn't the kind of spot you'd just stumble on by accident. But the fire was there, clear as day, flickering through the trees maybe half a mile away. I thought maybe it was another group of campers, so I figured I'd go check it out. It's always a good idea to know who's nearby when you're camping alone, just in case. I grabbed my flashlight and headed in that direction, weaving through the trees and over some small rocks and streams. The closer I got, the louder the crackling of the fire became. Eventually, I could make out voices, a few people talking and laughing, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. When I got close enough, I could see them, 4 or 5 people sitting around a fire, a couple of tents pitched nearby. They didn't seem like the typical campers, though. They didn't have much gear with them, just the tents and the fire. No chairs, no coolers, nothing that made it look like they were there for a while. I don't know why that struck me as odd, but it did. I stepped out of the trees and into the clearing, and right away, they all stopped talking and looked at me. It was sudden, like someone had flipped a switch. I tried to smile and wave, but something about the way they were staring made me hesitate. Still, I forced myself to keep walking. "Hey," I called out, trying to sound friendly. "I saw your fire. Thought I'd come by and say hi." One of the guys, a tall man with a scruffy beard, stood up and walked over. He didn't smile. He just looked at me for a second before speaking. "You camping alone?" I nodded. "Yeah, not too far from here. Just over by the stream." He glanced back at the others, then turned to me again. "You should join us," he said, but his tone was flat, almost like it wasn't an invitation. More like a demand. I hesitated. Something about the whole situation felt off, but I didn't want to be rude. So, I stepped closer to the fire and sat down on one of the rocks nearby. The others just kept watching me, barely talking. There was a woman and 3 men, all of them quiet, their eyes following me every time I moved. "So, you guys been here long?" I asked, trying to break the silence. The tall guy, the one who had invited me, shrugged. "Long enough." It wasn't much of an answer, and I could feel the tension in the air. They weren't like other campers I'd met before. Most people are pretty laid back when you meet them in the woods, happy to share stories or a beer. These people, though, they were different. Their eyes were cold, and none of them smiled. Not once. I stayed for maybe 10 minutes, making small talk, but they didn't really engage. They'd answer my questions with 1 or 2 words, then go quiet again. The whole time, I kept thinking about leaving, but I didn't want to just stand up and walk away. That felt rude, and something told me that being rude to these people wouldn't be a good idea. Eventually, I made up an excuse. "Well, I should probably get back to my camp," I said, standing up slowly. "It's getting late, and I've got an early start tomorrow." The tall guy stood up too, blocking my path. "Stay a little longer," he said, his voice low. I shook my head. "No, really, I should go. Thanks for the fire, though." He didn't move. I said, "Stay a little longer." That's when I knew something was seriously wrong. The others stood up too, circling the fire, closing in a little. My heart started racing, and I could feel the adrenaline kicking in, telling me to run. But I didn't want to make any sudden moves. Not yet. "I'll come by tomorrow," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. "Maybe we can hang out then." The tall guy smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. "You're not leaving." I glanced around, looking for an opening, but they had me surrounded. The fire crackled between us, casting strange shadows on their faces. I could feel the heat on my skin, but all I could think about was getting out of there. "I don't want any trouble," I said, backing up a step. "I just want to go back to my camp." "You're not leaving," he repeated, his voice cold now. I didn't have a choice. I bolted. I shoved past one of the men and sprinted for the trees, my heart pounding in my chest. I could hear them behind me, their footsteps crashing through the underbrush, but I didn't look back. I just ran, weaving between the trees, my flashlight bobbing wildly in my hand. The woods were pitch black now, but I knew the general direction of my camp. I just had to make it there. The footsteps behind me grew louder, closer. I could hear them shouting, but I didn't stop to listen. I just kept running, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Branches whipped at my face, and I stumbled more than once, but I didn't stop. I couldn't. After what felt like forever, I burst out of the trees and into the clearing where my tent was. I could see my little fire still burning, and for a second, I felt a surge of relief. But I knew I wasn't safe yet. I grabbed my pack from beside the tent, threw it over my shoulder, and took off toward the trail. I didn't even bother putting out the fire. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs felt like they were going to give out. The footsteps had faded behind me, but I didn't slow down. I didn't stop until I reached the parking lot, my car sitting there in the darkness. I fumbled with my keys, finally getting the door open, and threw myself inside, locking the doors behind me. I sat there for a long time, just breathing, my heart still racing. I didn't see anyone come out of the woods, but I didn't wait around to find out if they would. I started the car and drove out of there as fast as I could. There's a spot I'd heard about, tucked away in the woods, a little off the beaten path, but still accessible. It wasn't too far from the city, but remote enough to feel like I was really getting away. No cars, no phones buzzing, just the sound of wind through the trees and the occasional bird. That's what I wanted. I got there in the afternoon. I had my tent, my sleeping bag, and a small fire pit ready to go. The place was quiet, really quiet, which was exactly what I was looking for. The air was cool, and it smelled like pine and earth, that kind of fresh smell you can't get anywhere else. After setting up camp, I sat by the fire and tried to relax, just listening to the crackling of the wood. The sun was going down, and the sky was turning a deep orange, fading into purple. It was peaceful. I felt like I could finally breathe. I'd brought my phone, but mostly just to use the flashlight or maybe take some pictures. I didn't expect much signal out here, but I wasn't really planning on using it anyway. Just knowing I had it for emergencies made me feel better. After the sun went down, I checked it, just to see. No bars. Not a single one. I wasn't surprised. I tossed it back in my bag and got ready to turn in for the night. I planned to sleep early, wake up with the sun, and maybe take a hike before heading home the next day. That's when I first heard it, the sound of voices. Faint at first, like they were far off, carried on the wind. At first, I thought maybe it was just my mind playing tricks on me. It was pretty much pitch black by then, and the fire had burned down to just glowing embers. The voices sounded distant, not like anyone was near my camp, but I couldn't make out what they were saying. It didn't seem like anything to worry about at the time. Maybe another group of campers was nearby, or someone was hiking late. The thought crossed my mind, but I tried to brush it off. Still, something about it made my skin prickle. I grabbed my phone again, out of instinct, and flipped it on to check the time. That's when I noticed something was off. The screen was weird, like it had been messed with. There were a bunch of notifications about settings being changed, stuff like the Wi-Fi being turned off, the GPS disabled, and some of my apps had been moved around. I hadn't touched any of that. My stomach dropped. I tried to call someone, but still no service. I thought maybe I'd accidentally bumped it or something, but that didn't seem right. I know how my phone works. Then I heard the voices again. Closer this time. It wasn't just one voice. It sounded like a few people talking, low, like they didn't want to be heard but weren't far away anymore. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I hadn't seen anyone when I came in. I would have noticed. There wasn't any trail nearby, at least not that I knew of. I switched on my flashlight and swept it around the edge of the camp. Nothing. Just trees and shadows, but I could feel it. Someone, or maybe more than one person, was out there. Watching. I thought about the phone again, and it hit me. Someone had tampered with it. Somehow. But how? I hadn't let it out of my sight. I couldn't wrap my head around it, but the thought sent my heart racing. I stood up, trying to keep calm, but my mind was spinning. Maybe it was just some prank, some kids messing around. But deep down, I knew that wasn't it. My brain kept screaming at me to pack up and get out of there, but I was frozen for a minute, just listening. The voices had stopped again, but I knew they were still out there. I couldn't hear them, but I could feel them. Circling. I crouched down by the fire and started kicking dirt on the embers, snuffing it out as quickly as I could. I didn't want to give whoever was out there any more light to see me. My hands were shaking, and every sound around me felt louder, sharper. The rustling of the leaves, the snap of a twig somewhere off in the trees. I tried to stay quiet, but my breathing was heavy, too loud in the stillness. Once the fire was out, I grabbed my bag and started stuffing everything into it as fast as I could. My tent was still up, but I didn't care about that anymore. I just needed to get to my car. The trail was a good 15-minute walk from where I was, but if I moved fast, I could make it. I kept the flashlight off, not wanting to give away where I was, but I knew that wasn't going to help much. They already knew where I was. As I slung the bag over my shoulder and started walking, I heard something, a snap, like a branch breaking underfoot. It was close. Too close. I spun around, shining the flashlight toward the sound, and for a split second, I saw them. Two figures, standing just at the edge of the trees. I couldn't make out their faces, just the shapes of them, standing there, watching me. My heart was pounding in my chest so hard it hurt. I didn't wait to see what they were going to do. I ran. I ran like I've never run in my life. The trail wasn't easy to follow in the dark, but I didn't care. I just needed to put distance between me and them. Every few seconds, I'd hear something behind me, footsteps, branches snapping, voices whispering in the dark. They were following me, getting closer. My legs were burning, and I could feel myself starting to slow down, but I couldn't stop. Not yet. I kept running, stumbling over roots and rocks, barely able to see in the darkness. The flashlight wasn't much help anymore. Every time I swung it around behind me, I could see them getting closer, closing the gap between us. I didn't know what they wanted, but I knew it wasn't good. Finally, I saw the glint of metal ahead at the roof of my car, just barely visible in the moonlight. I don't know how I made it, but I did. I fumbled with the keys, dropping them once before finally jamming them into the lock and throwing myself into the driver's seat. My hands were shaking so badly that it took me 3 tries to get the key into the ignition. When the engine finally roared to life, I slammed it into gear and tore out of there, the tires kicking up dirt and gravel as I sped down the road. I didn't stop driving until I was back in the city, hours later. Needed to get away from the city, clear my head for a few days. I'd picked a spot way off the grid, no campsites, no other campers. Just me, my tent, and my car. It was supposed to be a quiet few days to reset, to think. I'd always liked being alone in nature, and I figured this would be the perfect place. There was a lake nearby and enough firewood to last me a few nights. I got there in the late afternoon and set up camp. The trees were thick around the area, but it was quiet. Peaceful. I couldn't hear anything except for the wind in the trees and the occasional bird. I parked my car about 20 feet from where I set up the tent, making sure I had enough room to spread out without feeling too cramped. I built a small fire and cooked up a meal, just relaxing. It was everything I needed. Night came fast. I didn't have any cell service, but that was expected. I wasn't looking to be on my phone anyway. After the fire died down, I crawled into my tent, zipped it up, and passed out pretty quick. In the middle of the night, I woke up. I couldn't tell what time it was, but it felt late, like maybe 2 or 3 a.m. The fire was out completely, and it was pitch black outside. I don't know what woke me up exactly, but something didn't feel right. I lay there for a minute, listening. At first, there was nothing. Just silence. But then, I heard it, something moving outside the tent. It wasn't loud, just a soft shuffling, like someone or something walking around. I stayed still, trying to listen harder, thinking maybe it was just an animal. Maybe a raccoon or a deer or something. But this wasn't the sound of an animal. It was deliberate. Footsteps. Slow, cautious footsteps. I sat up, heart pounding, straining to hear through the fabric of the tent. The footsteps stopped, but now I could feel something, like someone was standing just outside the tent, just waiting. My mind started racing. I didn't hear anyone approach earlier, hadn't seen another person for miles. Who would be out here, in the middle of nowhere, in the middle of the night? I grabbed my flashlight and turned it on, aiming the beam at the tent walls, but I didn't unzip the door. I just listened, breathing heavy, waiting for something to happen. After a few minutes, the footsteps started again, walking away this time, getting quieter and quieter until I couldn't hear them anymore. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I stayed in the tent, gripping my flashlight, waiting for whoever it was to come back. But they didn't. Morning came, and as soon as the sun was up, I crawled out of the tent. The first thing I did was check around the campsite. Nothing looked disturbed, no sign of anyone being there. No footprints. I walked around the area, looking for any clue of who or what had been walking around, but I didn't find anything. The ground was hard, and there were no tracks. Then I walked over to my car. At first, I didn't notice it. The car looked fine from a distance, parked exactly where I'd left it. But as I got closer, I saw it, the tires. All 4 of them were slashed. Not just a puncture, but completely shredded. Someone had taken a knife to them, cutting deep slashes all the way around. My stomach dropped. This wasn't an accident, and it wasn't random. Someone had been out there in the middle of the night, walking around my tent, and they had made sure I couldn't leave. Panic set in fast. I was miles from the nearest road, with no cell service and no way to drive out of here. My first thought was to walk out, hike back to where I come from, but that was at least a day's hike, and I wasn't even sure if I'd make it back to the main road before dark. I stood there, trying to keep it together, but all I could think about was whoever was out here. They were watching me. Maybe they still were. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I glanced around, scanning the trees, but I didn't see anyone. It didn't matter. I knew they were out there. Someone had done this, and they were probably still close. I had no idea what they wanted, but I wasn't about to stick around to find out. I went back to the tent, grabbed my backpack, and started packing it with everything I thought I'd need for a long hike. Water, food, flashlight. I packed quickly, my hands shaking. I didn't know how far I'd have to go, but I wasn't staying here any longer. I kept glancing back at the woods, expecting to see someone stepping out from behind a tree or watching from the shadows, but it was just trees and more trees. Too quiet. I started walking down the path I'd come in on, moving fast. Every snap of a twig, every rustle of leaves made me jump. I kept looking over my shoulder, convinced that whoever had slashed my tires was following me, watching me from somewhere just out of sight. About an hour into the hike, I heard it again, the footsteps. They were behind me, just off the trail. I didn't turn around at first, just kept walking, trying not to let the panic overwhelm me. But the footsteps didn't stop. They stayed with me, matching my pace, sometimes getting closer, sometimes fading a bit, but never too far. I couldn't take it anymore. I spun around, shining my flashlight into the trees. Nothing. I stood there, shaking, flashlight beam cutting through the underbrush, but there was no one. No movement, no sounds. Just the stillness of the forest. But I knew whoever it was, they were there. Hiding. Waiting. I didn't have time to mess around. I turned back and started walking again, faster now, almost jogging. The footsteps picked up too, this time closer. I could hear them more clearly, just a few feet off the trail, like they were playing a game, trying to get as close as they could without being seen. I didn't care anymore. I started running, my backpack bouncing against my back, my legs burning as I pushed through the undergrowth. I didn't know where I was going, just away. Away from whatever was out here. I ran until my lungs were on fire, until my legs felt like they were going to give out. When I finally stopped, gasping for breath, the footsteps were gone. The woods were silent again, but the feeling of being watched never left me. I didn't stop to rest. I kept moving, slower now, but determined to get as far away from my camp as possible. Hours passed, and the sun was starting to set again. I was exhausted, my feet aching, but I couldn't stop. Not out here, not with whoever was out there. I had no plan anymore, just one thought: get out. As the last light of day faded, I finally stumbled onto a dirt road. I had no idea where it led, but it didn't matter. It was the first sign of civilization I'd seen in hours. I followed the road, hoping it would take me to help. Eventually, I heard the sound of an engine. A car. I waved it down, practically throwing myself into the road to make sure they'd see me. The driver stopped, a middle-aged couple in an old pickup. They asked if I was okay, and I could barely get the words out, telling them about the tires, the footsteps, everything. They didn't ask many questions. They just let me climb into the back of the truck, and we drove away from those woods as fast as we could. I never found out who was out there. The couple drove me to the nearest town, and I called for a tow truck to get my car. When I went back with the driver, the camp was empty. No sign of anyone. But I'll never forget the feeling of being watched, of hearing those footsteps in the dark. Whoever it was, they wanted me to know they were there. I rented a private camping spot last fall. I'd been working nonstop and needed to get away. I wanted somewhere secluded where I could clear my head, just me and nature. I didn't want to deal with packed campgrounds, so I found a private site online. The listing made it sound perfect, quiet, isolated, right near a lake. I'd be the only one there. That was exactly what I needed. The owner seemed nice enough. We exchanged a few messages before I booked it. He told me it was a little off the grid, but easy enough to find with the directions he'd send. He said there was a lockbox with a key for the gate, and that the place was stocked with firewood. It sounded like a dream. The drive out there was long, about 2 hours from my house, but I didn't mind. The further I got from the city, the better I felt. I followed his directions and eventually came to a narrow dirt road that led into the woods. After about a mile, I found the gate. It was just a simple metal gate, the kind you see on farms or private property. The lockbox was hanging from it, just like he said. I put in the code, grabbed the key, and unlocked it. The campsite was tucked away about a half-mile down a rough trail. It wasn't much, just a fire pit, a small clearing, and a few trees. The lake was just beyond, though I couldn't see it from the camp. It was quiet, and the air felt crisp. I set up my tent, unpacked my gear, and started a fire. It felt good to finally relax. It wasn't until the next morning that I noticed something strange. I'd woken up early, planning to take a hike down to the lake. As I was walking around the camp, I saw something hanging from one of the trees. It was small, metallic, and didn't belong there. At first, I thought it was a weird piece of trash that someone had left behind, but when I got closer, I realized it was a tiny camera. One of those outdoor, motion-activated cameras people use for hunting or wildlife. It was strapped to the tree with a thick black cord, pointed right at my tent. My first thought was that maybe the owner used it to keep an eye on the property. Maybe he'd forgotten to mention it. But it felt off. Why would he need a camera on such a private campsite? It didn't sit right with me, but I brushed it off, trying not to think too much about it. I figured maybe he just used it to watch for trespassers. I hiked down to the lake, spent the day there, and came back to camp in the afternoon. The camera was still bothering me, so I decided to check around the camp, just to be sure there wasn't anything else like it. I didn't expect to find anything, but as I started walking through the trees, I noticed something. Every few trees, there were these small marks, like something had been nailed into the bark and then removed. I followed the marks for a while, and that's when I found the second camera. It was deeper into the woods, hidden high up in the branches, angled down towards the camp. I felt my stomach drop. This one wasn't just sitting out like the first. Someone had gone through a lot of trouble to make sure it couldn't be seen. I climbed up on a fallen log to get a better look, and sure enough, it was another one of those motion-activated cameras. I don't know why, but I felt this surge of panic. It hit me all at once that I wasn't just being watched, I'd been watched since I got there. Someone was monitoring me, probably the whole time. I went back to the first camera, the one by the tent, and ripped it off the tree. I wanted to leave, but I kept thinking about how I'd already spent the night there, already let whoever was watching see me. Part of me was curious, scared, but curious enough to check for more cameras. I spent the next hour walking around the entire camp. I found 3 more cameras, all hidden at different angles, covering every part of the site. None of them were easy to spot. They were tucked away in the branches, disguised by the leaves. I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. I grabbed my phone and tried calling the owner, but it went straight to voicemail. I left a message, but I knew I wasn't going to hear back. I wanted to get out of there, but something told me to wait until I could gather my thoughts. I sat by the fire for a while, trying to figure out what to do next. The whole place felt different now. Every rustle in the trees made me jump. As the sun started to set, I decided to pack up and leave. There was no way I was spending another night there. But as I was loading up my gear, I noticed something new. Near the edge of the camp, tied to a low-hanging branch, was a piece of cloth. It hadn't been there earlier. It was small, dark red, and stained. My heart started racing. Someone had been there, probably while I was off at the lake. I don't know how long they'd been watching me, or why they left that cloth. But the idea that someone had been that close, had walked into my camp without me knowing, it terrified me. I threw the rest of my stuff in the car, locked the gate behind me, and drove. I didn't stop until I was back on the main road, away from those woods. I never heard back from the owner. I called him a few more times over the next week, but nothing. His listing disappeared from the site I booked it on. I tried telling myself it was just a weird misunderstanding, maybe something innocent, but I don't believe that anymore. The cameras were hidden too well, and the cloth, it was like someone wanted me to know they'd been there. I keep thinking about how they were watching me the whole time. I was camping alone for the first time. I had camped with friends before, but this time I wanted to be by myself. I needed a break from everything. Work had been stressful, and I thought a couple of days away from people would clear my head. There was a spot I'd been to before, a quiet place deep in the woods about 3 hours from where I live. It was secluded, with a small stream nearby, and I figured it'd be perfect. I left early in the morning, hoping to get there before it got dark. The drive was uneventful. The last hour was all dirt roads, leading deep into the forest. I arrived around 3 p.m. and set up my tent. The weather was cool, just the right kind of fall chill in the air. Everything seemed peaceful. No one else around for miles. That's why I picked this spot. No crowds, no noise. Just me and the trees. I spent the afternoon exploring the area, walking along the stream, gathering firewood. By the time the sun started to set, I had a nice little fire going and some food cooking. The crackle of the fire was the only sound, except for the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. It was exactly what I wanted. I sat there for hours, staring into the flames, thinking about life, work, all the usual stuff. The sky was clear, and the stars were bright. I couldn't remember the last time I'd seen so many. It felt good to be away from everything. Around 11 p.m., I started feeling tired, so I put out the fire, cleaned up the campsite, and got into my tent. I lay there for a while, listening to the forest around me. It was quiet, but not the kind of quiet that feels empty. I could hear the stream in the distance, the occasional creak of tree branches, and every now and then, a faint rustling sound from the underbrush. Probably just a raccoon or something, I thought. I must have fallen asleep pretty quickly because the next thing I remember was waking up to a noise. It was soft at first, like a faint crunch of leaves just outside my tent. I checked my phone. It was around midnight. At first, I thought it was an animal. Maybe a deer or some other nocturnal creature moving around in the woods. I lay there, half asleep, not thinking much of it. But the sound didn't go away. In fact, it got closer. I could hear footsteps. Slow, deliberate. Like someone was walking, trying not to be heard. My heart started to race. It wasn't the sound of an animal. It was the sound of a person. Someone was out there. I lay perfectly still, listening, straining to hear. The footsteps stopped right next to my tent. I held my breath. My mind raced, trying to figure out what to do. There shouldn't have been anyone around. I hadn't seen a single car or person since I got there. And then I heard it. A voice. Soft, barely more than a whisper, but close. Too close. Brian. I froze. My blood ran cold. That was my name. The voice, it sounded like a man's voice, deep, calm, almost like he knew me. But I hadn't told anyone I was coming out here. No one knew I was camping alone, and I hadn't run into anyone on the way. How did he know my name? Brian, the voice whispered again, just outside the tent. I didn't move. I couldn't move. My mind was screaming at me to do something, anything, but I was paralyzed with fear. The voice was so close now, just on the other side of the thin fabric of my tent. I could hear the sound of breathing, slow and steady, like whoever it was knew I was awake. I waited, hoping it would stop, hoping whoever it was would leave. But then, I heard the zipper of my tent slowly start to move. It was quiet, barely audible, but I heard it. The zipper was opening, inch by inch. Whoever was outside was trying to get in. I panicked. I shot up, grabbing the small camping knife I had next to me, and shouted, "Who's there?" The zipper stopped. For a moment, everything was silent. I couldn't hear anything, no footsteps, no breathing, nothing. I sat there, knife in hand, my heart pounding so loud I thought it might explode. And then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps started again. This time, they were moving away. Slowly, deliberately, just like before. Crunch. 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 The sound faded into the distance, disappearing into the night. I stayed up the rest of the night, sitting in the middle of my tent, clutching that knife, listening to every sound, every rustle of leaves, every creak of a branch. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every time I closed my eyes, I heard that voice again. At first light, I packed up my stuff as quickly as I could. I didn't even bother making breakfast. I just wanted to get out of there. As I was packing, I noticed something. Near the entrance of my tent, right where I'd heard the footsteps stop, there were footprints. Big ones. They looked like they belonged to a man, but there was something strange about them. They weren't just footprints in the dirt. They were smudged, like whoever had made them had been dragging something through the leaves. I didn't stick around to figure it out. I grabbed my gear, tossed it into my car, and drove. I didn't stop until I was miles away, back on the main road, surrounded by other cars, other people. I've thought about that night every day since it happened. I don't know who it was, or how they knew my name. I don't know what they wanted. But I do know one thing, I'll never go camping alone again. I didn't really want to go camping, but my friend Sarah convinced me. She found this spot in the woods, a little clearing off some trails we hadn't been to before. She swore it was the perfect place for a quiet weekend. I wasn't sure about it. We hadn't done much camping, but Sarah said she'd figured it all out, borrowed a tent from a friend, got some supplies. It was just supposed to be a 2-day thing, and honestly, I just wanted to spend time outside, away from work. We left on a Friday afternoon, threw everything in the car, and drove about 2 hours out of the city. The last part of the drive was down a long, gravel road, and we didn't see another car the entire time. I remember thinking how empty everything felt, but I figured that's what camping was about, getting away from people. It was a bit later than we planned when we finally got to the spot, just after 6 in the evening. The sun was still out, but it was starting to dip, and we knew we had to set up camp fast. The clearing was nice enough. It wasn't too far from a stream, and the trees gave it a kind of enclosed feeling. Sarah was excited, talking about how peaceful it was. There was no one else around. We pitched the tent, laid out the sleeping bags, and got a small fire going with the wood we found nearby. I started to feel better. It was quiet, and the smell of the pine trees mixed with the smoke from the fire made it feel right. We cooked some food, drank a bit, and by the time the sun had fully set, we were both feeling relaxed. I think we both needed the break from everything. Sarah had brought her Bluetooth speaker, and we played some music, laughing about how we were roughing it, even though we weren't really. It was around 10 p.m. when things started to feel off. We had just started to get ready for bed when we heard footsteps coming from the woods. Not animals, people. Sarah and I exchanged a look. Who else would be out here? We hadn't seen anyone for hours. Two men came out of the trees. They looked rough, dirty clothes, unshaven faces, like they'd been out here for a while. One of them, the taller one, had this smirk on his face as they got closer. The other just stared at us without saying a word. "Looks like you ladies picked the wrong spot," the tall one said. His voice was calm, but something about it sent a shiver down my spine. "This is private land." Sarah stood up, trying to keep her cool. "We didn't see any signs," she said. "We didn't know. We'll pack up and leave right now." The taller guy chuckled. "Oh, it's too late for that. You've already set up camp. This here's our land, and you're trespassing." He took a step closer, hands in his pockets, like he had all the time in the world. "There's a fee for that." "What?" I blurted out. "We don't have any money." His smile faded. "I think you can come up with something." Sarah stepped in front of me. "We'll leave," she said, her voice steady. "Right now. We didn't mean to trespass, but we'll go." "You don't need to." The other guy, the quiet one, finally spoke. "You're not going anywhere." His voice was low, almost a growl. He stepped forward, closer to the fire. "Not until we get what's ours." I felt my stomach drop. Sarah kept trying to talk to them, but they weren't listening. The tall guy circled around us, looking at the tent, the fire, our bags. He was sizing everything up like it was his. The quiet one just stared at us, his eyes cold and flat, like we were nothing more than an inconvenience to him. "You girls don't have much, do you?" the tall one said, now standing behind me. I felt his eyes on the back of my neck, and I froze. Sarah didn't move either. It felt like we were trapped, standing there in the dark with these two men. The quiet one finally spoke again. "You're gonna pay us, or things are gonna get worse." Sarah reached for her phone, trying to make it look casual, but the tall guy noticed right away. He grabbed it out of her hand and tossed it into the woods. "No need for that," he said with that smirk again. "We can settle this right here." I could feel my heart racing, and my mind was screaming at me to do something, anything, but I couldn't think. Sarah was trying to stay calm, but I could see the fear in her eyes. She wasn't sure what to do either. "We don't want any trouble," Sarah said. "We'll leave all our stuff. You can have it. Just let us go." The tall guy leaned in close to me. I could smell his breath, sour and stale. "That's not how this works," he whispered. That was when Sarah made a move I'll never forget. Without warning, she grabbed the small camping shovel we had near the fire and swung it at the tall guy, hitting him in the side. He let out a grunt and stumbled backward, clutching his ribs. The quiet guy lunged at her, but I reacted without thinking. I grabbed one of the sticks from the fire, still burning on the end, and swung it at him. He jumped back, avoiding the flame, but it gave us enough time to make a break for it. We ran, leaving everything behind: our bags, our tent, all of it. I could hear them shouting behind us, but I didn't stop. I didn't look back. Sarah was right behind me, and we just kept running through the trees, not caring where we were going, just needing to get away. We must have run for 20 minutes straight before we finally stopped to catch our breath. I looked around, but there was no sign of them. We were deep in the woods now, no trail, no path, just trees and darkness. "We need to keep moving," Sarah said, her voice shaking. "We have to get back to the car." We didn't have our phones. We didn't have a flashlight. But we couldn't go back to the camp. So, we kept walking, trying to find our way through the dark. It felt like hours, stumbling through the woods, every little sound making us jump. I kept expecting to see those men again, to hear their voices, but the forest stayed silent. Finally, we found the dirt road. I don't know how long it took us, but it was still dark when we reached it. We followed it back to where we had parked the car. It was still there, untouched. We jumped in, locked the doors, and drove. We didn't say a word until we were miles away, back on the highway, heading home. We never reported it. We didn't know who those men were, and we didn't want to go back to that place ever again. We lost all our stuff, but it didn't matter. We got out, and that was enough. It wasn't supposed to be anything fancy, just a couple of days to clear my head. I found a spot far enough away from the usual campsites, somewhere I figured no one else would bother me. I didn't want to hear cars, or other people talking, or any of that. Just the sound of the wind in the trees, maybe some birds. I hadn't been camping in a long time, and this trip felt like something I needed. I got there late afternoon, set up the tent near the edge of a small clearing. The trees were thick, and the ground was soft under my feet. No one else was around. The forest was quiet. It felt like the right kind of peace, the kind you can't get in the city. I made a little fire, cooked some food, and after sitting for a while, just staring into the flames, I went to bed. The night was calm, with only the occasional rustling in the bushes. Normal stuff, nothing that made me uneasy. It was the morning when things started to feel off. I woke up earlier than I wanted to, probably around 6 a.m. or so. It wasn't the light that got me up, though. It was how weird the air felt. Heavy. I could tell something was wrong before I even unzipped the tent. It was dead quiet. No wind, no birds. Just thick silence pressing in from all sides. When I finally unzipped the tent and looked outside, I saw nothing but fog. It wasn't like normal morning fog. This was different. It was thick, so thick I couldn't even see the trees around the clearing anymore. Just gray, swirling mist, like I was suddenly in the middle of some horror movie. I stepped out of the tent, feeling the damp cold stick to my skin. The ground was wet, like the air had dumped moisture all night, but there was no rain. Just that thick, suffocating fog hanging in the air. I tried to shake it off. Fog happens, right? It wasn't the first time I'd seen it. But something about this felt wrong. It didn't move like normal fog. It wasn't drifting or thinning. It just sat there, dense and silent, like it was waiting for something. I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore, even though I hadn't heard a single sound from the moment I woke up. I told myself I was overthinking it. I decided to pack up early, maybe head out before the fog got worse. I could always come back another time. I started putting my stuff together, stuffing my sleeping bag into the sack, rolling up the mat. I kept glancing over my shoulder every few seconds, just checking the fog, half expecting to see something. I didn't know what, but the longer I stayed, the more it felt like there was something in the mist, watching. It was when I was breaking down the tent that I saw it. A shadow moved through the fog. At first, I thought it was just a trick of the light or my own mind playing with me. But then it moved again, slow and deliberate. I froze. My hands still gripping the tent pole, I stared into the mist, trying to make out what it was. It was too far to see clearly, but it was definitely a person. At least, it looked like one. Just standing there, barely visible through the fog. I didn't call out. Something told me not to. Instead, I watched, hoping they'd keep moving or go away. But they didn't. They stood there, still, like they were looking right at me. I tried to convince myself it was just another camper who had gotten lost in the fog, but something about the way they were standing, it didn't seem right. They were too still. Too quiet. I didn't move. I just kept watching. And then, out of the corner of my eye, I saw another shadow. Closer this time. Moving through the mist, just like the first one. Then another. And another. There were at least 4 of them now, all moving in slow, creeping steps. None of them said a word. None of them made any noise at all. Just shadows in the fog, getting closer. My heart was racing, my breath coming out in shaky, uneven gasps. I didn't know what to do. I didn't want to run, they'd see me for sure. But if I stayed, they'd reach me eventually. I felt trapped, like the fog had me boxed in, closing the distance inch by inch. I dropped the tent pole and grabbed my backpack, throwing it over my shoulder without bothering to pack the rest of my stuff. I needed to get out of there. I didn't care about leaving anything behind. Whatever those things were, I didn't want to stick around and find out. I started walking, slow at first, trying not to draw attention. My eyes were locked on the shadows, but they kept getting closer. I couldn't make out any faces, just the dark shapes of people or something that looked like people moving soundlessly through the fog. My chest was tight, my legs shaking as I picked up the pace, heading for where I thought the trail was. But the fog had swallowed everything. The trees, the path, all of it was gone. Just gray mist everywhere I looked. I kept walking, faster now, not caring if they heard me. The silence was unbearable. Every step I took felt like a thud in my ears, but still, there was no sound from the shadows. No footsteps, no breathing, nothing. I glanced back, and they were closer. A lot closer. I could see their shapes more clearly now. Tall, with arms hanging at their sides, faces still hidden in the mist. They were surrounding me, cutting off any escape. I broke into a run. I don't know how long I ran for, but the fog never let up. It felt like I was going in circles, every direction looking the same. I kept expecting to hit the road, or at least the edge of the clearing, but it was just more fog, more shadows moving in the distance, always getting closer. At one point, I stumbled, tripping over a root or a rock, and I hit the ground hard. My hands scraped against the dirt, and I let out a grunt, trying to push myself back up. When I did, I realized something: the shadows had stopped. They were standing still again, just watching. I couldn't tell how far away they were anymore, but it felt like they were waiting for something. I didn't wait to find out what. I got back up and kept running. My lungs were burning, my legs felt like they were going to give out, but I couldn't stop. Not until I was out of that fog. Not until I was safe. But the fog didn't end. It just kept going, thick and heavy, pressing in around me, making it hard to breathe. Finally, after what felt like hours, I broke through. The fog thinned, and I could see the trees again, the ground beneath my feet. The road wasn't far, just a few hundred yards away. I ran for it, my heart pounding in my chest, not daring to look back. When I reached my car, I fumbled with the keys, my hand shaking so bad I could barely get the door open. I jumped inside, slammed the door shut, and locked it. I sat there for a minute, gasping for air, my hands gripping the steering wheel. I looked back toward the woods, but the fog was already retreating, thinning out as if it had never been there at all. I didn't stick around. I started the car and drove, not caring where I was going, as long as it was away from there. I don't usually camp alone, but I needed a break. Work had been suffocating, and I just wanted to clear my head. I found a quiet spot near a lake, tucked into a small clearing surrounded by trees. There was nothing for miles, just the sound of the water and the occasional bird. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. I got there in the early afternoon, set up my tent, and laid out my gear. I had everything planned out, enough food for a few days, plenty of water, and all the essentials. I wasn't some amateur. I'd done this a few times before, but always with other people. This time, I just wanted to be alone, get away from everything and everyone. It wasn't long after I finished setting up that I noticed him. I had been sitting by the lake, watching the water ripple, when I saw someone in the distance. At first, it didn't bother me, people pass by on these trails all the time. But he wasn't hiking. He was walking slowly, like he was looking for something. As he got closer, I could see that he was heading straight toward my camp. He was tall, probably in his late 40s, with scruffy hair and clothes that looked like they hadn't been washed in a while. There was nothing particularly alarming about him, but something about the way he moved made me uneasy. He wasn't smiling, wasn't calling out a friendly greeting like most people would in a place like this. Just walking, eyes focused on my camp. When he finally got close enough, he raised a hand in a lazy wave. "Hey there," he said. "Need any help with your setup?" I shook my head, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, thanks. I've got everything covered." He stood there, looking around at my gear, then back at me. His eyes lingered a little too long, taking everything in. It felt like he was assessing the situation, like he was trying to figure something out. "You sure?" he asked, stepping a little closer. "I've done a lot of camping out here. Could give you a few tips." I didn't like how close he was getting. I stood up, trying to make it clear that I wasn't interested in any help. "I'm good. I've done this before." There was a pause, and he just stood there, looking at me. I could feel my pulse quicken, but I tried to stay calm. He wasn't doing anything wrong, not really. But something felt off. The air around us felt heavier, and the way he kept staring made my skin crawl. Finally, he shrugged and gave a small nod. "All right. Suit yourself." I watched him walk away, not toward the trail, but deeper into the trees, out of sight. I told myself it was nothing, that maybe he was just exploring or setting up his own camp nearby. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I should have been more forceful, maybe even packed up and left. I didn't, though. I told myself I was overreacting, that I was just being paranoid. An hour or so passed, and I tried to forget about him. I sat by the fire I'd started, cooked a little dinner, and listened to the water. But I couldn't shake the unease. Every rustle in the trees, every crack of a branch, made me jump. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting him to come back. And then I saw it. Not far from where my camp was, through the trees, I spotted another tent. It hadn't been there before. He must have set it up after he left. The tent was too close, way too close. Out here, in the middle of all this space, there was no reason for someone to set up camp right next to mine. It felt like a violation, like he was trying to make some kind of statement. I debated what to do. Maybe I could go over there and tell him to move further away. Maybe I should pack up and find another spot, but it was getting dark, and moving in the dark wasn't exactly safe. I didn't want to risk getting lost or injured trying to find a new campsite, so I stayed. But I couldn't relax. The fire crackled in front of me, but I wasn't paying attention to it anymore. I kept looking over at the tent through the trees, waiting for something to happen. My stomach was in knots, and my hands wouldn't stop shaking. It felt like I was waiting for something, though I didn't know what. After a while, I saw movement. He was outside his tent, standing there, staring in my direction. I froze, hoping maybe he wouldn't see me sitting by the fire, but I knew that was impossible. The firelight was bright, casting flickering shadows, and I was in plain sight. He didn't move, just stood there, staring at me. I could feel his eyes, and it made my skin crawl. Finally, after what felt like forever, he turned and walked back into his tent. I let out a breath I didn't realize I'd been holding, but I didn't feel any better. If anything, it made the whole thing worse. He knew I was there, and now it felt like he was waiting for something. I tried to sleep that night, but every sound, every gust of wind, made me sit up and look around. I kept the tent unzipped a bit, just so I could look out, but it didn't help. The darkness outside was oppressive, and I couldn't see his tent anymore. I felt like I was being watched, even though I couldn't see him. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. At some point, I must have drifted off, but I woke up to the sound of footsteps outside my tent. My heart leaped into my throat, and I lay there, frozen, listening. The footsteps were slow, deliberate, circling my tent. My mind went into overdrive, trying to figure out what to do. Should I call out? Should I pretend to be asleep? Should I grab something to defend myself? The footsteps stopped right outside the entrance of my tent. I could see the shadow of someone standing there. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure he could hear it. Then, in a low voice, he spoke. "Need any help now?" It took everything in me not to scream. I stayed silent, hoping he would think I was asleep. My body was trembling, and I could feel sweat dripping down my back. The air inside the tent was suffocating, and I felt trapped. After a few long moments, he finally moved. I heard him walk away, but I didn't feel any relief. He was still out there, and I had no idea what he was planning. I grabbed my phone, checking the signal. Nothing. I was completely cut off from the outside world. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I just sat there, clutching my phone, listening to every sound outside. Every rustle of the leaves, every crack of a branch had me on edge. When the first light of dawn crept through the trees, I packed up as quickly as I could. I didn't bother cooking breakfast, didn't even fold the tent properly. I just stuffed everything into my backpack, my hands shaking the whole time. I kept glancing toward his tent, but there was no movement. Finally, I was ready to leave. I hoisted the backpack onto my shoulders and started walking toward the trail. My eyes kept darting back to where his tent was, but I never saw him. The whole time, I felt like he was watching me, like he was hiding somewhere, waiting for me to let my guard down. When I finally reached the trailhead and got to my car, I let out a shaky breath. I hadn't realized how tense I'd been until I was back in the safety of my car, the doors locked. I sat there for a few minutes, just staring at the steering wheel, trying to calm down. I never saw him again, and I don't know what he wanted. But I haven't camped alone since. I've always liked hiking alone. It gives me time to think, clears my head from all the stuff that piles up during the week. I'm not some expert or anything, but I know enough to handle myself out there. Usually, I stick to the marked trails, but this time I decided to try something new, a trail a bit off the beaten path. I'd read about it on some hiking forum. People said it was a good spot, not too busy, and with great views. That sounded perfect to me. It was a late Saturday morning when I headed out. The weather was decent, not too hot, and the forecast didn't call for rain, so I figured it'd be an easy day. I packed light, just some snacks, water, and my map. The trail started off fine, winding through the woods with lots of trees, the kind where you don't see too much sky. But it felt peaceful, quiet. Just the sound of my boots on the dirt and the occasional rustle of leaves. About 2 hours in, I came to a split in the trail. One way led further into the woods, the other up towards some rocks. I knew the rocks were where I was supposed to go. There were supposed to be great views up there. But I don't know why. Maybe it was the quiet, maybe I was just curious, but I decided to take the other path, the one that seemed to go deeper into the woods. At first, it was fine. The trees grew a little thicker, the trail got narrower, but I wasn't worried. I could still see where I was going. But after maybe 20 or 30 minutes, it started to feel wrong. The path seemed less like a trail and more like I was just walking through random forest. I pulled out my map, trying to figure out where I was, but nothing seemed to match up. No landmarks, no clear signs. I was just there, surrounded by trees. I figured I'd backtrack, go back the way I came. Easy, right? But somehow, I must have veered off without noticing. The woods started looking the same in every direction. No familiar spots, no trail markers. I walked faster, thinking I could just retrace my steps, but nothing was right. No matter which way I turned, it all felt like I was going deeper in, not getting out. The sun was still high, but I couldn't help but feel a knot of panic building in my chest. I'd been lost before, but never like this. I had a good sense of direction, but out here, everything just blurred together. After what felt like hours, I finally stopped, sat down on a rock, and tried to calm down. Getting worked up wasn't going to help. I pulled out my phone, but there was no signal. I should have expected that, being out here. The knot in my chest tightened a bit more, and I took a deep breath, trying to think logically. That's when I heard him. At first, it was just the sound of footsteps, coming from somewhere behind me. I stood up, my heart pounding in relief. Another hiker, someone who could help me find my way back. I turned around, and there he was, a man, maybe in his 50s, wearing a dirty flannel shirt and jeans. He wasn't carrying a pack or anything, just walking, hands in his pockets like he was out for a casual stroll. "Hey!" I called, waving him over. "I think I'm lost. Can you help me find the main trail?" He stopped a few feet away from me, his face mostly hidden under the brim of an old, worn-out cap. For a moment, he just looked at me, not saying anything, just staring. My skin prickled, but I tried to ignore it. Maybe he was just surprised to see someone else out here. "You lost?" he finally asked, his voice low and rough. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. I thought I was on the right trail, but I must have taken a wrong turn. "Do you know how to get back?" He scratched his chin, looking past me for a moment, like he was thinking about it. Then he nodded, slow and deliberate. "Yeah, I know a way," he said. "It's not the main trail, but it'll get you out of here." I felt a wave of relief, even though something about him still seemed off. But I was lost, and I needed to get out before it got dark. "Great," I said. "Lead the way." He turned and started walking without another word, and I followed behind him. The path he took wasn't really a path at all, just a narrow space between the trees, barely visible. The more we walked, the quieter the woods seemed to get. No birds, no rustling. Just the sound of our feet on the dry leaves. After a while, I started to feel uneasy again. Something wasn't right. The trees were getting denser, the light dimming even though it wasn't late yet. And the man wasn't saying anything. Just walking, his hands still in his pockets, his pace slow but steady. I cleared my throat, trying to break the silence. "So, you hike out here a lot?" He didn't turn around, didn't even slow down. "Yeah," he muttered. "How much further is the way out?" I asked. He stopped suddenly, and I nearly walked right into him. He turned to face me, his eyes locking onto mine. They were cold, flat, like there was nothing behind them. "You don't trust me, do you?" he asked, his voice still low, but now with an edge to it. I froze. My heart started racing again, but this time it wasn't from panic about being lost. It was something else. I swallowed, trying to keep calm. "It's not that," I said, forcing a small laugh. I just want to make sure I'm going the right way." He didn't move for a long moment, just stared at me with those dead eyes. Then he smiled, but it wasn't a friendly smile. It was tight, unnatural. "You can trust me," he said, stepping closer. "I'm the only one out here who knows the way." Everything in me screamed to turn around and run, but I was too deep in the woods. I had no idea where I was, and running blindly would only make it worse. I took a step back, trying to put some distance between us. "Look, I appreciate the help, but I think I'll find my own way from here," I said, my voice shaking despite my best efforts to sound calm. His smile faded, and his eyes narrowed. "You won't find your way out," he said flatly. "Not without me." My hands were trembling now, and I backed up another step. "I'll be fine," I said, turning slightly to face the direction we'd come from. I didn't care anymore if I was walking in circles, I just wanted to get away from him. Before I could take another step, he moved, grabbing my arm with a grip that was too strong for someone his age. His fingers dug into my skin, and I gasped. "You're coming with me," he growled, pulling me closer. "You don't get to leave yet." Panic surged through me, and I yanked my arm free, stumbling backward. He lunged toward me, but I turned and ran. I didn't care where I was going, I just ran, my heart pounding in my ears, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The woods seemed endless, and every step I took, I expected to feel his hand grab me again. But I didn't stop. I couldn't. My legs were burning, and my lungs felt like they were on fire, but I kept going. Eventually, I burst through the trees and onto a trail. The main trail. I didn't even recognize how far I'd gone or how I'd found it, but I didn't care. I just kept running until I reached the parking lot, where my car was waiting. I didn't stop until I was inside, the doors locked, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tight my knuckles were white. I never saw him again, but I'll never forget his face. I still don't know what he wanted, but I'm certain if I had followed him deeper into the woods, I wouldn't have made it out. I hadn't planned on camping alone, not at first. My friend Jen was supposed to come with me, but she canceled at the last minute. Some work emergency, or at least that's what she said. I thought about just skipping the trip altogether, but I'd been looking forward to it for weeks, and I didn't feel like going back to my normal life just yet. I needed some time in the woods, away from everything. The drive took longer than I expected. The sun was already getting low by the time I turned off the main road and started following the gravel path toward the campsite I'd heard about online. It wasn't an official campground, just one of those places tucked away in the woods that people talk about on forums. Secluded, they said. Quiet. That's exactly what I wanted. No crowds, no noise, just nature and some time to myself. When I finally reached the site, it was already starting to get dark. The place was completely empty. No cars, no other tents, nothing. It felt a little strange, but not enough to worry me. Maybe it was off-season, or maybe people didn't know about it yet. I figured I'd have the whole place to myself, which sounded perfect. I parked the car and started setting up my tent in one of the clearings. The air smelled clean, like pine and damp earth, and the only sound was the occasional rustle of leaves in the breeze. It felt peaceful, like the kind of quiet I hadn't had in a long time. The campground itself looked a bit rundown, though. The fire pits were overgrown with weeds, and the old picnic tables had started to rot in places. But that didn't bother me. I wasn't here for comfort. I was here to get away. I got the tent up just as the last bit of light disappeared behind the trees. After that, I built a small fire and ate some of the sandwiches I packed. I didn't bother with anything fancy, just something quick before the night set in. The silence grew heavier as the fire crackled, the kind of quiet where you can hear every little thing. Twigs snapping, leaves rustling, the occasional distant bird. For a while, I just sat there, staring into the flames, letting the peacefulness settle over me. Then I heard it. Footsteps. At first, I thought I was imagining it. It was so faint, like someone trying to walk quietly through the brush. I looked around, peering into the darkness beyond the glow of the fire, but I didn't see anything. Just trees, shadows, and the dull orange light of the flames flickering. I told myself it was probably just an animal, a deer, maybe. I've heard them move around campsites before, and they can sound like people if you don't know what you're hearing. But as I sat there, the footsteps came again, a little closer this time. It wasn't the erratic sound of an animal moving through the woods. It was slow, deliberate, like someone walking from one spot to another, trying not to be noticed. My heart started beating faster. I stood up, scanning the trees again, but I still didn't see anything. The darkness beyond the firelight seemed thicker now, like it was pressing in, swallowing everything beyond a few feet. "Hello?" I called out, trying to sound casual, but my voice shook a little. "Is anyone there?" No response. Just silence. I thought about grabbing my flashlight from the tent, but something stopped me. I didn't want to move, didn't want to turn my back on whatever was out there. Instead, I stood there, listening, my eyes darting back and forth, trying to catch any movement in the shadows. Then I heard it again. Closer. This time, it was clear. Someone was walking around the other campsites. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them, circling, moving slowly through the brush. My skin prickled, and I felt a wave of cold fear wash over me. No one else was supposed to be here. I'd been alone when I arrived. I hadn't seen or heard any cars, any other people. I backed up toward the tent, my heart racing, trying to decide what to do. Should I call out again? Should I pack up and leave? But the footsteps kept coming, slow and steady, moving from one campsite to the next, getting closer to mine. Then, just as suddenly as they started, they stopped. The silence that followed was deafening. My ears strained to catch any sound, but there was nothing. No footsteps, no rustling, just the crackling of the fire and the pounding of my own heart. I stood frozen, waiting for something to happen, but the woods were still. Too still. I kept telling myself it was nothing, that I was overreacting, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone anymore. Someone or something was out there, watching me. After what felt like hours, I finally moved. I grabbed my flashlight from the tent and clicked it on, shining the beam into the trees. It cut through the darkness in narrow streaks, but I couldn't see anything unusual. No movement, no figures. Just trees and shadows. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. Maybe it really was just an animal, or maybe someone had wandered into the campground and didn't realize I was here. I told myself there had to be a logical explanation. Still, I couldn't shake the unease. I threw some more wood on the fire, hoping the extra light would make me feel better. But the fire just cast more shadows, twisting the trees into strange shapes that looked almost human. I stayed by the fire for a while longer, trying to convince myself it was all in my head. But eventually, exhaustion set in. I was too tired to keep standing guard, so I put out the fire and crawled into my tent, zipping it up tight. I kept the flashlight close, along with a small camping knife I'd brought along just in case. For a long time, I lay there, listening, every little noise making my heart race. But the footsteps didn't come back. The woods stayed quiet, and eventually, I started to drift off. I don't know how long I was asleep when something woke me up. A noise, soft but unmistakable. It was right outside the tent. Breathing. I froze, my heart hammering in my chest. The breathing was slow, deliberate, like someone standing just outside, inches from the fabric of the tent. I didn't move. I didn't dare. Then, I heard the zipper. Slowly, it started to slide down, the metallic sound cutting through the night air. My blood ran cold. Someone was opening my tent. I scrambled for the flashlight, fumbling with it in the darkness, my hands shaking. The zipper kept going, inch by inch, until it was halfway down. I clicked the flashlight on, the beam cutting through the darkness. There was nothing. No one was there. The tent was still zipped up, the flap closed. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst out of my chest. I sat there, shaking, trying to make sense of what just happened. I was sure I'd heard the zipper. I was sure someone had been there. I shone the flashlight around the tent, but everything looked normal. No signs of anyone trying to get in. No shadows, no figures. Just me, alone in the tent, breathing hard, my mind racing. For the rest of the night, I didn't sleep. I sat there, flashlight in one hand, knife in the other, listening for any sound, any movement. But there was nothing. Just silence. When the first light of dawn broke through the trees, I packed up as quickly as I could. I didn't care about breakfast, didn't care about the rest of the trip. I just needed to get out of there. As I drove away, the campground disappeared behind me, swallowed by the trees. I still don't know what happened that night, if it was real or if my mind was playing tricks on me. I went hiking last fall. Just me, my backpack, and a map I'd picked up from a small shop in town. I'd chosen this trail because it was supposed to be quiet and remote, just what I wanted for a peaceful day in the woods. The first few miles were everything I'd hoped for. The weather was perfect, and the trail was easy to follow. I kept a steady pace, enjoying the solitude and the sound of leaves crunching underfoot. It was a welcome break from the noise of the city. After a while, I came across an old wooden bridge. It wasn't in great shape, but it looked passable. The planks were worn and cracked, but it seemed sturdy enough. I hesitated for a moment, but then decided it was probably safe to cross. I had no way of knowing this would be a mistake. I was about halfway across when I heard a loud creak, followed by a sudden, violent snap. The bridge gave way behind me, and I nearly stumbled into the ravine below. My heart was racing as I quickly scrambled to the other side, barely making it before the entire structure collapsed into the chasm. I took a deep breath, trying to calm myself. I looked back at the broken bridge, realizing there was no way I could go back. It was a bit unnerving, but I tried to push the worry aside. I still had a map and the trail I had to focus on. I continued on, but something didn't feel right. The woods seemed too quiet, and I kept getting the sensation that I was being watched. It was probably just nerves, but the feeling stuck with me. As I walked, I noticed small markers along the trail, nothing significant, just bits of cloth tied to trees. I'd seen similar markers on other trails, used to guide hikers or mark trail intersections. But these seemed out of place, and they appeared to be getting closer together. It was almost as if they were guiding me, not the other way around. The feeling of being watched grew stronger as the sun began to set. I quickened my pace, hoping to reach a clearing or some sort of landmark before dark. But instead, I found myself deeper in the woods, the markers growing more frequent and the trail less defined. Then I heard a sound behind me, like footsteps. At first, I thought it was just the echo of my own steps, but the timing was off. I stopped and listened. The footsteps stopped too. I started walking again, and the sound followed. Someone or something was tracking me. I tried to remain calm and not panic. I kept my pace steady, listening carefully for any indication of who or what was behind me. It was getting darker, and I was losing track of where I was on the map. I could see the occasional flicker of movement in the corner of my eye, but every time I turned, there was nothing there. Eventually, I reached a small clearing with a large rock in the center. I decided to stop and assess the situation. I crouched behind the rock, trying to stay out of sight, and pulled out my map and flashlight. I shone the light on the map, trying to find any recognizable landmarks. That's when I heard the voice. It was faint, barely audible over the rustling leaves, but it was definitely a voice. I couldn't make out the words, but it was close. Too close. I turned off my flashlight and pressed myself against the rock, trying to stay as still and silent as possible. The voice grew clearer, and I realized it was not one voice but several. They were talking in low, hurried tones, almost like they were discussing something urgent. I couldn't make out what they were saying, but I could tell they were not friendly. The footsteps returned, this time more deliberate and heavier. They circled the clearing, and I could hear the crunching of leaves as they moved. I held my breath, trying not to make a sound, praying they wouldn't find me. I waited, frozen in place, as the voices grew louder. It sounded like they were moving away from me, but I wasn't sure. I had to make a decision. I couldn't stay hidden forever. If I stayed put, I might be discovered eventually. If I tried to move, I risked making noise and drawing attention. Finally, I decided to make a break for it. I waited until the voices seemed to be at their farthest point from me, then carefully stood up and began to move away from the clearing, keeping to the shadows and trying to avoid any noisy branches. As I moved through the woods, I kept hearing those footsteps. They were not close, but not far either. It was like someone was always just out of sight, following me. My mind raced with thoughts of what would happen if they caught up with me. Eventually, I saw the lights of a distant building through the trees, an old ranger station that I had seen on the map. It was a long shot, but it was my best hope. I pushed myself forward, moving as fast as I could while trying to remain as quiet as possible. When I finally reached the ranger station, I burst through the door and found the place empty. I quickly called the local authorities, giving them as much information as I could about what had happened and where I was. I waited in the station until the authorities arrived. They checked the area around the campsite and the trail but didn't find any signs of the people who had been following me. They suggested it might have been a group of hunters or hikers who were not aware of my presence. I didn't stay to hear their theories. I was just relieved to be safe and out of the woods. I returned home that night, shaken but alive, thankful for the chance to get out of there. The whole experience left me on edge, and I've avoided remote trails ever since. I decided to go hiking alone to clear my head. Work had been tough, and I needed some time away. I picked a trail in the mountains that wasn't too crowded. The weather was nice, and the path looked easy. I took my backpack with water, some snacks, and a map. I planned to be gone for a day or two, nothing more. After a few hours on the trail, I found a part that was less maintained. The trees were thick, and birds were singing all around. I felt calm walking through the woods. The sounds of the forest were soothing. As I walked, I saw a small cabin off the main path. It looked old, with wood that was worn and a chimney that wasn't used anymore. Smoke was coming from the chimney, which was strange for such a remote place. Curious, I approached the cabin. I parked my backpack and walked closer. The door was slightly open, so I knocked gently. An elderly man opened the door. He looked older than I thought, with a gray beard and tired eyes. He welcomed me inside without asking questions. The cabin was small, with a simple table, a couple of chairs, and a wood stove. It smelled like old wood and something else I couldn't identify. He introduced himself as Jack, a retired park ranger. He said he had lived here for years, watching over the forest and helping hikers when needed. He seemed kind but distant. I felt a bit uneasy but didn't say anything. We sat down, and he offered me some tea. I accepted, grateful for the hospitality. As we talked, I noticed gaps in his stories. He said he had been a ranger for over 30 years, but when I asked about his family, he couldn't remember much. He mentioned having children, but the details were vague. Sometimes, he would pause and look away, trying to recall something. I told him about my hike and how I needed to clear my mind. He listened quietly, nodding occasionally. After a while, he stood up and said he needed to check something outside. I watched him go to the back of the cabin and noticed he left the door slightly open again. I started to feel uneasy. It was late afternoon, and I had been sitting there for hours. I asked if I could stay the night, but he seemed hesitant. He said it was late and that I should probably head back. I insisted, saying I could stay for a few more minutes. He finally agreed, but his eyes seemed distant. I looked around the cabin more carefully. There were old photos on the wall, but they were faded and hard to see. I saw pictures of a man in a ranger uniform, and some with families, but the faces were blurry. One photo showed a group of hikers, but it was too old to make out who they were. As evening approached, the light outside faded, and the temperature dropped. I decided to leave before dark. I thanked Jack for the tea and stood up to go. He seemed to regain some of his composure and smiled, telling me to be safe on the trail. I walked towards the door, but it was harder to open than before. I pushed, and it creaked loudly. Inside, it was dark, and I felt like something was wrong. I hurried to the back door, thinking it might be easier to exit that way. But as I reached for the handle, Jack was standing there. He looked angry now, his face hard. He said I shouldn't have come here, that it was dangerous. I tried to stay calm, explaining I just wanted to leave, but he wouldn't listen. He started to speak quickly, words not making much sense. I realized he was agitated, maybe scared. I backed away, trying to find another way out. The cabin seemed smaller now, the walls closing in. I saw a window and tried to open it, but it was stuck. Jack moved towards me, his eyes wild. I knew I had to get out before he did something. I grabbed my backpack and ran to the door, pushing past him. He grabbed my arm, pulling me back, but I managed to break free and sprint outside. The forest was dark, and I didn't know which way to go. I ran through the trees, branches hitting my face and cutting my arms. My heart pounded as I tried to find the trail again. I didn't stop running until I saw the main path ahead. I followed it quickly, not looking back. The sounds of Jack's footsteps were behind me, getting closer. I kept running, ignoring the pain from my cuts. Finally, I reached a clearing where I could see the trail clearly. I followed it until I reached a familiar spot. The trail led me back to the main road, where I found my car. It was dark now, and I got in, locking the doors. I drove away as fast as I could, not stopping until I was far from the cabin. My hands were shaking, and I felt like I couldn't breathe. I looked back in my mind at what had happened. Jack said he was a park ranger, but something about his story didn't fit. His memory was unclear, and his behavior was strange. When I ran, I felt like he knew I discovered something, like he had secrets he couldn't share. I didn't tell anyone about the cabin or Jack. I just kept to myself, trying to forget what happened. But sometimes, I still think about that cabin and the old man who didn't seem to belong. I'm glad I got out alive, but the memory still haunts me. I never went back to that trail, and I hope no one else does either. The island is beautiful, but it's hiding something dark. I just want to move on, but I can't shake the feeling that something was watching me that day. In the end, I made it home safe, but I knew I had narrowly escaped something bad. I still don't know what Jack was really doing there or why he reacted the way he did. All I know is that I was lucky to get out when I did. And that's my story. I had planned the hike for weeks. I needed to clear my head, to get away from everything for a bit. Work was stressful, my personal life was a mess, and I thought some time alone in nature would help me figure things out. I drove up to the trailhead early in the morning, packed my bag, and started walking. The trail was long and isolated, just how I liked it. No one else around, just the trees and the sound of my footsteps on the dirt path. The first few hours were peaceful. I didn't see a single person, not even a bird in the trees. The silence was calming. I had always liked being alone, and the woods felt safe in their quiet. After a while, I stopped for a break, found a flat rock to sit on, and took a drink from my water bottle. That's when I heard it. It was faint at first, so quiet I wasn't sure if I had imagined it. A voice, far off in the distance, calling out for help. I stood up, listening carefully. There it was again. Someone was definitely calling out, but the sound was strange. It didn't echo the way I expected it to, like it was too muffled or too far away. I didn't know what to do. There was no cell service out here, and I couldn't just ignore someone who might be in trouble. I shouted back, "Hello? Where are you?" I waited, but there was no response. Just more of the same faint calling, like whoever it was couldn't hear me. I decided to leave the trail and head toward the voice. It felt wrong to leave someone out there, hurt or lost. The forest was thick, and the further I walked, the harder it got to navigate. The voice kept coming and going, like the person was moving. I tried to follow, but the trees seemed to close in around me. The more I walked, the more I felt like I was going in circles. After what felt like an hour, I finally saw him. He was sitting on the ground in a small clearing, leaning against a tree. He looked awful dirty, thin, his clothes torn. His face was gaunt, and his eyes were wide, like he hadn't seen another person in days. I approached slowly, unsure of what I was walking into. "Hey," I said. "Are you okay?" He looked up at me, blinking slowly, like he was trying to figure out if I was real. "Thank God," he said, his voice raspy. "I've been lost out here for weeks." I crouched down next to him, trying to get a better look. He didn't have a bag, no supplies, nothing. "How did you end up out here?" I asked. He shook his head. "I don't even know. I went hiking with some friends, and we got separated. I've been trying to find my way back ever since." That didn't make sense. This area wasn't that remote. If he'd been lost for weeks, someone would have found him by now. There were search parties, helicopters, rangers. "Where are your friends?" I asked. He didn't answer right away. He just stared at me, his eyes unfocused. "I don't know. I don't remember." I started to feel uneasy. Something about him was off. The way he was talking, the way he kept looking around like he expected someone to jump out at us. "We should get back to the trail," I said. "I can help you find help, but we need to get moving." He didn't move. "I can't," he said. "They're still out here." I froze. "Who?" He shook his head again, his hand trembling as he rubbed his face. "They're watching. They've been watching me the whole time. I thought I could get away, but they won't let me." My heart started to race. The hairs on the back of my neck stood up. I looked around, scanning the trees, but there was nothing. No sound, no movement. Just us. "What are you talking about?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "The people," he said, his voice barely a whisper now. "The people in the woods. They don't want me to leave." I took a step back, suddenly feeling exposed. I hadn't seen or heard anyone else since I started the hike. The woods were supposed to be empty, but now I wasn't so sure. "There's no one out here," I said. "You're just disoriented. Come on, let's go." He shook his head again, more violently this time. "You don't understand. They've been out here longer than me. They live out here. I can hear them at night." My stomach churned. I didn't know if he was hallucinating or if he was trying to mess with me, but I didn't want to stick around to find out. "Look, we need to go," I said, more forcefully this time. "I can't stay out here with you." He looked up at me then, his eyes wide and pleading. "Please," he said. "Don't leave me here. They'll take me again." I hesitated. Something about the way he said it made my skin crawl. "Take you?" I asked. "What do you mean, take you?" He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Instead, he just stared at me, his eyes filling with fear. He slowly lifted his arm and pointed behind me. I turned around, my heart pounding. But there was nothing there. Just trees, stretching out into the darkness. The silence was deafening. I turned back to him, but he had already stood up, his legs shaky, like he was getting ready to run. "They're close," he whispered. "We need to hide." Before I could say anything else, he took off into the trees. I stood there, stunned for a moment, unsure of what to do. Every instinct in me was screaming to leave, to get back to the trail and forget I ever saw him. But something made me follow. I ran after him, my feet stumbling over roots and rocks. The forest was dense, and it felt like the trees were closing in around me. I could hear him ahead of me, panting, crashing through the undergrowth, but I couldn't see him. The deeper I went, the darker it got. Suddenly, everything went silent. I stopped, my breath ragged, trying to listen. There was no sound. No footsteps, no rustling. Just silence. "Hello?" I called out, my voice shaking. No answer. I stood there for what felt like an eternity, waiting, listening. But there was nothing. I was alone. I turned around, trying to figure out which way I had come. Everything looked the same now, just trees and darkness. Panic started to creep in. I couldn't remember how far I had run, and I had no idea how to get back to the trail. I started walking, trying to retrace my steps, but every direction seemed wrong. My heart was racing, my hands trembling. I kept glancing over my shoulder, half expecting to see something following me. And then I saw it. A flash of movement just out of the corner of my eye. I spun around, but there was nothing there. My mind was racing, my breath coming in short gasps. I felt like I was being watched, like there were eyes on me from all directions. I kept walking, faster now, desperate to find my way back. But every step I took only seemed to take me deeper into the woods. The trees grew thicker, the darkness more oppressive. And then I heard it. A voice, faint but clear. "Help." I froze. It wasn't the man's voice. It was something else. Something that sounded wrong, like it didn't belong in the woods. "Help." It was closer now. I turned, but there was nothing. My heart was pounding in my chest. I wanted to run, but I didn't know where to go. I felt trapped, surrounded by something I couldn't see. The voice came again, closer still. "Help." I backed away, my feet stumbling over the uneven ground. My breath was coming in short, panic bursts. I didn't know what was out there, but I knew I needed to get away from it. And then I saw him. The man, standing just a few feet away from me, his face pale and twisted with fear. He didn't say anything. He just stood there, staring at me with those wide, empty eyes. I took a step back, my body trembling. What's happening?" He didn't answer. He just raised his hand again, pointing behind me. I turned slowly, my stomach dropping. There, standing in the trees, was a figure. Tall, shadowy, just on the edge of the darkness. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel its eyes on me. I didn't wait to see what it would do. I turned and ran, my legs burning, my breath coming in ragged gasps. I didn't care where I was going, as long as it was away from them. I ran until my lungs were on fire, until my legs gave up beneath me. I collapsed to the ground, gasping for air. I looked around, but the figure was gone. But I wasn't safe. I could feel it. I don't know how I made it back to the trail. I don't know how I found my way out of the woods. I had been planning this camping trip for weeks. I needed a break from everything. Just me, the woods, and some peace and quiet for a few days. I found a spot deep in the forest, far away from anyone, with a small clearing that seemed perfect to set up camp. It wasn't on any official trail, just a place I came across while hiking off the beaten path. I'd always liked the idea of solitude, and this place felt like it would give me just that. When I got there, the first thing I noticed was that someone had already been there. The remnants of a campfire, some old cans, and a couple of folding chairs were scattered around, but no tent, no sign of anyone being there recently. It looked abandoned. The campsite didn't seem like it had been touched in at least a few weeks. The air smelled stale, like it hadn't been disturbed in a while. At first, I thought about moving on, but the place was ideal. The trees formed a natural barrier, and there was a small stream not too far off for fresh water. Plus, I liked the idea of being in a spot where no one would bother me. I unpacked my gear and set up my tent, making sure everything was in order before the sun started to set. I found the journal later, tucked under one of the folding chairs. It was a little beat up, the cover worn and the pages smudged with dirt. I don't know why I opened it. I guess curiosity got the better of me. Inside were scribbled notes, sketches, and entries that didn't make much sense at first. The first few pages were pretty normal. Whoever had been there had written about the weather, the hike, some small things like birds they saw or the kinds of trees around. But as I flipped through, the tone started to change. The handwriting became messier, the words frantic, almost as if the person had been rushing to write everything down. They started talking about hearing things at night, branches snapping, soft footsteps, breathing outside their tent. They thought it was just animals at first, but then they started to feel like they were being watched. There were pages where they'd drawn maps of the surrounding area, marking spots where they thought they'd seen movement. They mentioned finding small items moved around their camp, a spoon out of place, a flashlight that wasn't where they left it. At first, I laughed it off. Being out in the woods for too long can mess with your head, make you paranoid, especially if you're alone. I set the journal aside and finished setting up my camp. I made dinner, started a fire, and tried to relax. But that journal, it stuck with me. I couldn't stop thinking about it. After a while, I picked it up again and read more. The person who wrote it kept going on about feeling like someone was out there, watching them. There were mentions of shadows, figures moving between the trees, but whenever they went to look, there was no one there. The last few entries were short, more like scribbles than full sentences. They wrote about hearing footsteps, louder now, closer to the tent. They described waking up in the middle of the night, hearing something or someone breathing outside the thin walls of their tent. The last page was smeared with dirt, and I couldn't make out all the words, but it ended with something like "they're here" before the writing just trailed off. It left me with this uneasy feeling I couldn't shake. I tossed the journal aside again, telling myself it was just someone freaking out in the woods, probably imagining things. But even as I told myself that, I started noticing how quiet the woods had gotten. The sun was setting, and the wind barely rustled the leaves. I could hear my own breathing, and that was it. I didn't sleep much that night. Every time I closed my eyes, I kept thinking about those entries. The way the person described hearing things outside their tent felt too real. I knew it was just in my head, but once it got dark, every little noise made me jump. The crackle of the fire dying down, the occasional rustling of leaves, it all seemed too loud. At some point, I must have dozed off, but I woke up suddenly, heart pounding. It was pitch black, and my fire had gone out. The only light came from the moon, shining faintly through the trees. Then I heard it. Soft, deliberate footsteps outside my tent. I froze. I didn't want to move, didn't even want to breathe too loud. The footsteps were slow, circling the tent. I thought it had to be an animal, a deer, maybe, but the steps were too heavy. They were human. I was sure of it. I reached for my flashlight, fumbling in the dark, but I didn't turn it on. I just held it, waiting. The footsteps stopped. Whoever or whatever it was just standing there, right outside. I could hear it breathing. Not deep breaths, but shallow, almost as if they were trying not to be heard. I stayed still, my mind racing. Should I get out? Should I confront whoever it was? But the thought of unzipping the tent, stepping out into the dark, terrified me. What if they were waiting for me? I didn't know if they were armed, or if they were alone. The journal kept flashing through my mind. The person who wrote it was convinced someone had been watching them. What if they never left? Minutes passed, but it felt like hours. The footsteps started again, moving away this time, fading into the distance. I didn't move until I was sure they were gone. My heart was still pounding, but I forced myself to unzip the tent just a little, enough to peek outside. The campsite was empty. There were no signs of anyone there, but the hair on the back of my neck was standing on end. I couldn't see anything out of place, no footprints, nothing. But I knew I hadn't imagined it. I didn't sleep after that. I sat there, clutching my flashlight, staring at the tent flap until the sun started to rise. Once it was light enough, I packed up my things as quickly as I could. I didn't want to be there anymore. The journal, the footsteps, it was all too much. I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been watching me all night. As I was packing up, I found something that made my stomach drop. It was small, barely noticeable at first. A knife, lying just outside the entrance to my tent. It wasn't mine. I hadn't brought a knife like that with me, and I hadn't seen it when I set up camp the day before. I didn't touch it. I just stared at it for a long time, my mind racing. Whoever had been outside my tent the night before had left it there. A warning? A threat? I didn't know, and I didn't want to find out. I grabbed my pack, left the knife where it was, and started hiking back to my car as fast as I could. The whole way back, I felt like I was being followed. I kept glancing over my shoulder, expecting to see someone, but the trail was empty. Still, that feeling wouldn't leave me, the sense that someone was just out of sight, watching me, waiting for the right moment. When I finally got back to my car, I felt this huge wave of relief wash over me. I threw my pack in the back seat and locked the doors as soon as I was inside. I sat there for a minute, catching my breath, trying to convince myself that it was over. But even as I drove away, I couldn't shake the feeling that I'd barely gotten out of there. I don't know what happened to the person who wrote that journal. Maybe they got spooked and left, or maybe something worse happened. I'll never know. But I do know one thing, I'm never going back to that campsite again. Whatever or whoever was out there that night didn't want me there. And I'm not sticking around to find out why. I'm still trying to make sense of everything that happened. It's hard to put it into words because I'm not even sure I understand it myself. But I need to get it out, I guess. Maybe someone else will see this and have some idea of what went wrong. It was supposed to be a simple weekend trip. Me and my best friend, Emily, had planned it for months. We both loved hiking, and the cabin was perfect, secluded, surrounded by woods, no cell service. We wanted to disconnect from everything. We'd been friends for years, and this was something we always did. A tradition, I guess you could say. The cabin was about a 5-hour drive from the city. We arrived late in the afternoon, got settled in, and spent the evening going over our hiking plans. We had a route mapped out, just a few hours hike through the trails, and we'd come back to the cabin to relax. The first day went perfectly. The weather was great, the trails were easy, and everything felt peaceful. It was the second day when things went wrong. We woke up early, excited to tackle a longer trail that went deeper into the woods. It was marked on the map, but we hadn't tried it before. Emily was more adventurous than me, always pushing us to go further or try something new. I trusted her judgment, she was good with directions, and I never worry about getting lost with her. The trail started off fine. We were walking for maybe 2 hours, talking and laughing, when Emily decided she wanted to go off trail to explore a bit. I wasn't thrilled about it, but I went along. She always did this, and it never caused any issues before. We walked off the path, through thick trees and uneven ground. I started to feel uneasy. The woods were dense, and it felt like we were farther from the trail than I wanted to be. Emily kept moving ahead, calling out how amazing everything looked, how we should keep going. At some point, I lost sight of her. I was looking down at my feet, trying not to trip over roots, and when I looked up, she wasn't there. I called out her name, expecting her to respond with some joke about how slow I was. But she didn't answer. I called her name again, louder this time. Nothing. Just the sound of the wind in the trees. I wasn't panicking yet. I thought she must have just gone ahead a little too far, and I'd catch up. I started walking faster, shouting her name, but every time I stopped to listen, all I heard was the quiet of the woods. It was too quiet. No birds, no animals, just the trees and the wind. After what felt like forever, I realized I was completely alone. I turned around, thinking maybe she'd circled back without me noticing, but the way back looked different. I couldn't tell where the trail was anymore. Everything looked the same. That's when the panic started to set in. I kept calling for her, louder and louder, my voice echoing through the trees. I tried to retrace my steps, but I must have gotten turned around somewhere. Nothing looked familiar anymore. I kept walking, hoping to find the trail, but every direction felt like it was leading me deeper into the woods. Hours passed. My legs were sore, my throat was dry from shouting, and I still hadn't seen any sign of Emily. I started thinking about what to do, stay put or keep moving. I didn't have my phone with me since we knew there was no service, and even if I had it, it wouldn't help out here. I felt stupid for not being more cautious, for not insisting we stick to the trail. As the sun started to set, I knew I needed to get back to the cabin. Emily had to be there by now, probably wondering where I was. Maybe she had made it back before me and was waiting, worried. That's what I told myself as I finally found my way back to what I thought was the main trail. I was wrong. The trail I found wasn't the one we had started on. It was narrower, overgrown, and led me in a direction I didn't recognize. I followed it anyway, figuring any path was better than none. But it didn't take me back to the cabin. It just kept winding deeper into the woods, and the light was fading fast. By the time I realized I was completely lost, it was almost dark. My mind was racing, thinking of all the stupid survival tricks I'd heard over the years: stay put, find shelter, wait for help. But I couldn't stay out there. I had to find Emily. I had to get back to the cabin. I don't know how long I walked, but eventually, I saw it, just a flicker of light through the trees. I almost cried in relief. The cabin. I stumbled toward it, my legs shaking from exhaustion. I ran up the steps and yanked open the door, expecting to see Emily sitting inside, maybe annoyed that I had taken so long. But the cabin was empty. Everything was exactly how we had left it that morning. Her backpack was still by the door, her jacket hanging on the hook. But she wasn't there. My heart sank. I stood in the doorway, staring at the empty cabin, trying to figure out what to do. And that's when I saw it. Her phone. It was sitting on the porch, right where I would have seen it when we left that morning. I hadn't noticed it when I first came up because I was so focused on getting inside. I picked it up, confused. She never went anywhere without her phone, even if there was no service. The screen lit up when I touched it, and I saw a string of messages she had apparently sent to me. But I never got them. My phone was inside, in my bag, and there was no way either of us had a signal out here. I scrolled through the texts, my heart pounding. They started off normal enough. She'd sent a couple of pictures of the trail earlier in the day, followed by, "You okay? Where'd you go?" But then they got stranger. "Seriously, where are you? I'm freaking out." Answer me. Someone's out here. I felt a chill run down my spine as I read the last few messages. I see him. He's watching me. He's getting closer. Please come back. That was the last one. I dropped the phone, my hands shaking. It didn't make any sense. Emily never sent those messages. We had been together the whole time, and there was no one else out there. No one had been following us. At least, I hadn't seen anyone. But the messages were real. They were on her phone, right there in front of me. I ran inside the cabin and grabbed my own phone, praying for a signal, but there was nothing. No service. I checked my bag to see if I had missed any messages, but there was nothing from Emily. Nothing from anyone. I was completely cut off. I didn't know what to do. I paced around the cabin, checking the windows, locking the door, trying to make sense of what had happened. My mind was racing with possibilities, none of them good. Had someone really been following us? Was Emily still out there somewhere, lost and scared? I waited for hours, hoping she would come back. But she never did. As the night wore on, I kept hearing noises outside. Branches snapping, leaves rustling, footsteps. Every time I looked out the window, there was nothing there, just the dark outline of the trees. But I knew someone was out there. I could feel it. At one point, I thought I saw movement, just a shadow passing between the trees, too quick to get a good look. My heart raced as I stared out into the darkness, trying to convince myself it was just an animal, maybe a deer. But then, there was a knock at the door. It was soft, barely audible, but it was there. I froze, my blood running cold. No one should have been out there. Emily was still missing, and there was no one else for miles. I crept toward the door, my hands trembling. The knock came again, a little louder this time. I didn't open it. Instead, I backed away, keeping my eyes on the door, waiting for something, anything to happen. But nothing did. The knocking stopped, and the cabin was silent again. I spent the rest of the night wide awake, clutching a kitchen knife I had found in one of the drawers. I didn't sleep. I couldn't. Every little sound made me jump, convinced that someone was outside, watching, waiting. By morning, there was still no sign of Emily. I packed up my things and left the cabin as fast as I could. I didn't care about leaving anything behind. I just needed to get out of there. I called the authorities as soon as I had a signal, but they never found her. They searched the woods, questioned me, and went over everything, but there was no trace of Emily. It was like she had disappeared without a trace. And I still don't know who or what sent those messages. I went hiking alone last weekend. I'd rented a small cabin about 2 hours outside of the city. It was one of those off-the-grid types of places, no Wi-Fi, no phone service, just the quiet of the forest. That's what I wanted. I needed some time to myself, away from everything. The cabin was small but comfortable. It had one room with a bed, a little kitchen area, and a wood-burning stove. There was no electricity, just a few lanterns and candles, which suited me fine. I thought it would be peaceful. The hike I planned was a 5-mile loop through the woods and up a ridge. Nothing too intense, just something to get my legs moving and my head clear. I left around mid-morning with a backpack of water, snacks, and a map the cabin's owner had left behind. The weather was perfect, cool but sunny, and the woods were thick with the smell of pine and damp earth. It was quiet, aside from the occasional bird or the crunch of leaves under my boots. I was in my own world, enjoying the silence. It wasn't until I was about an hour into the hike that I first noticed something odd. At first, it was just a feeling like someone was watching me. I brushed it off as paranoia. I was alone in the woods, and sometimes your mind plays tricks on you when it's too quiet. But after a few more minutes, I started to hear things. Twigs snapping, the sound of something moving through the underbrush behind me. I'd stop and listen, but every time I did, the sound would stop too. I told myself it was probably just animals. A deer or maybe a raccoon. But then I noticed something that made my heart sink a little. The trail I was on was narrow, and the ground was soft from recent rain, so my boots left clear prints in the mud. But when I glanced behind me, there were no other footprints. Not even an animal's. The snapping of twigs continued, though, and it was always behind me, just out of sight. I tried to shake it off. I wasn't going to let my imagination get the best of me. I picked up the pace, hoping the faster I walked, the sooner I'd finish the loop and get back to the cabin. But no matter how fast I went, the sounds followed. It was almost like someone or something was keeping pace with me but staying just far enough away that I couldn't see them. About 2 hours into the hike, I reached the top of the ridge. The view was amazing. The forest stretched out for miles, nothing but trees and the blue sky. For a moment, I forgot about the noises, forgot about the weird feeling in my gut. I sat down on a rock to catch my breath and took a sip of water, trying to relax. That's when I heard it again. But this time, it wasn't just a twig snapping. It was a rustling sound, like someone moving through the bushes. I stood up, my heart racing, and looked around. There was no one there. Just the trees, standing still. But I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel it, that same unsettling feeling of being watched. I decided I wasn't going to wait around to find out who or what was following me. I grabbed my backpack and started back down the trail, moving as quickly as I could without breaking into a full run. The whole way down, the sounds kept pace with me, always behind me, never in front. When I finally got back to the cabin, I was drenched in sweat. I hadn't stopped moving for the last 2 hours. I slammed the door behind me and locked it, leaning against it for a moment to catch my breath. I felt safer inside, but the feeling of unease didn't go away. I couldn't shake the thought that someone or something had been following me. I tried to calm myself down, told myself it was just my imagination, but deep down, I knew it wasn't. I went into the kitchen to get some water, but as soon as I stepped inside, I froze. Something wasn't right. The cabin looked the same, but there were small things that were off. The blanket I had folded on the bed was now draped across the chair. The lantern I had left by the door was now on the windowsill. Little things, but enough to make me panic. I hadn't left the door unlocked when I left for the hike. I was sure of it. But someone had been inside. I could feel it. I grabbed the lantern and my phone, even though there was no service, and sat in the middle of the room, facing the door. I kept telling myself I was overreacting. Maybe I had moved the blanket and the lantern and just didn't remember. But that didn't explain the feeling of being followed. The light outside was starting to fade, and the cabin was getting darker. I lit the lantern, hoping the warm light would make me feel safer. But it didn't. If anything, the shadows in the corners of the cabin seemed to grow deeper. I tried to stay calm. I told myself I was just tired from the hike and that nothing was wrong. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I wasn't alone. A little after sunset, I heard it. A soft scraping sound, like someone dragging their fingers along the side of the cabin. It was faint at first, almost like it was part of the wind. But then it got louder. Closer. My heart was pounding in my chest, and I didn't dare move. I just sat there, gripping the lantern, listening. The scraping stopped for a moment, and then I heard footsteps. Slow, deliberate footsteps, circling the cabin. Whoever was out there wasn't in a hurry. They were taking their time. I stood up, trying to keep as quiet as possible, and made my way to the window. I peeked out, hoping to see what was out there, but there was nothing. Just darkness and trees. But the footsteps continued. I backed away from the window, my pulse racing, trying to figure out what to do. I thought about going outside, maybe trying to confront whoever was out there, but something told me that was a bad idea. I didn't know what they wanted or how many of them there were. I heard the footsteps stop near the back of the cabin, right where the door was. I held my breath, listening for any movement, but the silence stretched on. I couldn't hear anything. Then, suddenly, there was a knock. 3 slow, heavy knocks on the back door. My stomach dropped, and I felt a cold sweat break out on the back of my neck. Whoever it was knew I was inside. They were letting me know they were there. I didn't move. I didn't make a sound. I just stood in the middle of the cabin, gripping the lantern so tightly my knuckles turned white. The knocking came again, louder this time, followed by a voice. "Let me in." It was a man's voice, deep and calm, like he was asking for something simple. But there was something wrong about it, something that made my skin crawl. "Let me in," he repeated, this time with more insistence. I didn't answer. I didn't move. I just stood there, praying he would go away. The knocking stopped, but the silence that followed was worse. I couldn't hear any footsteps, couldn't hear anything at all. It was like the whole forest had gone quiet, waiting. For what felt like hours, I stood there, waiting for him to come back. But he didn't. The only sound was the wind outside, brushing against the trees. I didn't sleep that night. I sat in the chair by the window, watching the darkness outside, listening for any signs of movement. But the man never came back. When the sun finally rose, I packed my things and left. I didn't bother to clean up or check out. I just wanted to get out of there as fast as possible. As I drove away from the cabin, I kept checking the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But the road was empty, and the woods slowly faded into the distance. I don't know who or what was following me in the woods that day, or who had been inside the cabin. But I do know one thing: I'll never go hiking alone again. I rented a small cabin for the weekend, just to get away for a bit. It was supposed to be peaceful. I had been feeling stressed, overwhelmed by everything, and thought some time in the woods would help clear my head. The cabin was about 20 minutes off the main road, tucked away by itself. No other cabins nearby, which was fine by me. I liked the idea of being alone. The first night was quiet. I made some tea, read a book by the fire, and went to bed early. But when I woke up, I heard something. At first, I thought it was wind or maybe the owls settling. You know how old places creak and groan. But this wasn't that. It was a scratching sound. Faint at first, but once I fully woke up, I realized it was coming from beneath the cabin. I thought maybe an animal had gotten under there, some raccoon or something. I tried to ignore it, thinking it would go away. But the scratching didn't stop. It came and went in bursts, sometimes soft, sometimes louder. It bothered me enough that I couldn't go back to sleep. I got up, put on my jacket, and went outside to check. There was nothing obvious when I walked around the cabin. It was pitch black, though, and I couldn't see much. I had a flashlight, but the beam wasn't very strong. I didn't want to get too close to the crawl space under the cabin. The ground sloped down at the back, and there was an opening big enough for animals to get in. I shined the light, but I couldn't see anything moving. Just some dead leaves and dirt. I decided it wasn't worth poking around in the dark, so I went back inside. The scratching had stopped by the time I lay down again, and I was able to fall back asleep. The next morning, I was drinking coffee on the porch when I heard it again. That scratching, this time louder. Like something was really trying to dig under there. I put my cup down and went to investigate, this time in daylight. I looked around the back of the cabin, where I had seen the crawl space opening the night before, and noticed something I hadn't seen before. There were fresh scratches in the dirt, like something had been dragged. I crouched down and saw that the opening was bigger than it had been last night. It looked like someone had pulled away more of the boards. The hair on the back of my neck stood up. I figured maybe some animal was nesting down there. I didn't know what else it could be. But part of me felt uneasy. The scratches were too deliberate, too neat. It didn't look like something an animal would do. I grabbed a shovel I had found in the shed up back and tried to push some dirt and leaves back into the hole, figuring I could block it off for the night. As I was pushing dirt into the hole, I heard something else. It wasn't scratching this time, but a soft shuffling sound. Like someone moving inside the cabin. I stood up straight, heart pounding, and listened. The sound was coming from under my feet. I wasn't sure what to do at first. The sound stopped as soon as I moved, like whoever, or whatever, was down there had heard me. I walked back inside, locked the door, and sat down on the couch. My heart wouldn't stop racing. I thought about calling someone, but who? I was miles away from anyone, and it wasn't like I could call the police about some scratching sounds. They'd think I was crazy. The scratching didn't come back for the rest of the day, and I tried to convince myself that I was overreacting. Maybe it was just an animal. But when night fell, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. I tried to go to bed early again, but I kept hearing things. Small noises. Creaks. The wind, maybe. I couldn't tell. Then, around midnight, the scratching came back. Louder this time. Not just scratching, though. There was a tapping sound, like something knocking against wood. I sat up in bed, listening, my whole body tense. The noise was directly under me, under the floorboards. I couldn't just lie there and listen to it anymore. I grabbed the flashlight, put on my shoes, and went outside. I circled the cabin, stopping at the crawl space. It looked the same as before, but I couldn't shake the feeling that something had changed. I crouched down and shined the light under the cabin, expecting to see something move. But there was nothing. I stood up, ready to go back inside, when I noticed something strange. There was a small trapdoor hidden in the ground, just to the side of the crawl space. It was half buried under dirt and leaves, but I could see the outline of it now that I was looking closely. I hadn't noticed it before. I should have walked away. I should have left it alone. But I didn't. Something about the door made me feel like I had to know what was inside. I crouched down and pulled at the handle. It was heavy, and the hinges creaked as I lifted it. A damp, musty smell hit me as soon as the door opened. I shined the flashlight into the darkness and saw a set of stairs leading down. The stairs were old, rotting wood, and they disappeared into the dark. I hesitated. Every instinct told me to shut the door and go back inside, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to see what was down there. I took a deep breath and started down the stairs. The air was thick and heavy, and it smelled like mildew and something else I couldn't place. The stairs creaked under my weight, and the deeper I went, the colder it got. I reached the bottom and found myself in what looked like an old basement or cellar. It was small, with dirt walls and a low ceiling. The floor was uneven, and there were a few broken pieces of furniture scattered around. That's when I saw it. In the far corner, there was a small pile of blankets and a few empty cans of food. Someone had been living down here. Recently. My heart started racing again, and I backed up, ready to bolt up the stairs. But then I heard a noise. A soft shuffling, like someone moving in the dark. I turned the flashlight in the direction of the sound, but I didn't see anything. The sound was coming from behind the pile of blankets. I froze. The sound stopped, and for a moment, everything was silent. Then I heard a voice. A low, raspy whisper. Help me. I dropped the flashlight and ran. I didn't stop until I was back inside the cabin, slamming the door behind me. My hands were shaking so bad I could barely lock it. I stood there, panting, listening. There was nothing. Just silence. I didn't sleep that night. I sat on the couch, clutching the flashlight, waiting for something to happen. But nothing did. No more scratching, no more voices. Just silence. As soon as the sun came up, I packed my things and left. I didn't look back. I drove straight to the nearest town and found a hotel. I didn't tell anyone what happened. I didn't know how to explain it, and I wasn't sure anyone would believe me. But I know what I heard. And I know someone was down there, living under the cabin, watching me. I had been looking forward to the trip for weeks. A quiet weekend at an off-grid cabin seemed like the perfect escape. No phone service, No distractions, just a few days to read, hike, and clear my mind. It was tucked away in the woods, far from the nearest town, and completely isolated. The first night had gone smoothly. The fireplace kept the cabin warm, and I spent the evening reading by lantern light before going to bed early. Everything was peaceful. The second night, though, something changed. It was around midnight when the power went out. 1 second, I was sitting on the couch with a blanket, listening to the wind outside, and the next, the lights flickered and went out completely. The heater clicked off too, and suddenly the cabin felt cold. I wasn't too worried at first. Being so far out, I figured it could just be a typical power cut. It was an old cabin, after all, and the wiring might have been faulty. I got up, feeling my way through the dark to find the flashlight I'd brought with me. When I flicked it on, the beam cut through the darkness, casting long shadows on the walls. I went to the breaker box near the back door. Maybe it had just tripped, I thought. I opened the box and looked inside, but everything seemed fine. No switches had flipped. That was when a strange feeling crept over me. I glanced out the small window by the door. The wind had died down, and everything outside was still, but there was something unsettling about the silence. I didn't see anything, just a black outline of the trees and the moonlight reflecting off the snow. But it felt like someone was watching me. I tried to shake it off, telling myself I was just being paranoid. Still, I decided to check the generator outside. It wasn't too far from the cabin, just a few steps out the back. I grabbed my coat and boots, pulled them on, and stepped out into the cold. The air was freezing, biting at my face, and the snow crunched under my feet as I walked toward the generator. The flashlight beam bounced in front of me, and that's when I saw it. The generator cover had been lifted, and the cables were cut clean through. It wasn't an accident. Someone had done it on purpose. I stood there, frozen in place, staring at the wires. My mind raced, trying to process what I was looking at. The cables hadn't frayed, hadn't worn out. They'd been cut. Someone had been here. Someone had done this. My heart pounded in my chest, and I felt a chill crawl up my spine that had nothing to do with the cold. I spun around, shining the flashlight in every direction, but there was no one in sight. Just the empty woods, the trees standing tall and dark, their branches swaying slightly in the breeze. I was alone, at least I thought I was. But if someone had cut the power, they couldn't be far. I hurried back into the cabin, locking the door behind me. My breathing was shallow, and I tried to calm myself down. Maybe it was just a prank, I told myself. Maybe some kids messing around. But it didn't feel like a prank. Whoever did this knew what they were doing. I tried my phone, but of course, there was no signal. No landline, either. My only option was to wait it out until morning, when I could drive to the nearest town and call for help. I glanced at the clock, barely past midnight. I had hours to go. I moved a chair to block the door and sat there with my flashlight, waiting. Every little sound made me jump: the creak of the cabin, the wind rattling the window panes, the branches tapping against the roof. My mind kept playing tricks on me, imagining shadows moving outside, footsteps crunching in the snow. Then, there was a real noise. A soft knock on the window. My blood ran cold. I didn't want to look, but I couldn't stop myself. I turned the flashlight toward the window, shining it through the glass. Nothing. Just the empty night, the snow still falling gently outside. But I heard it. I know I had. I sat there, gripping the flashlight tightly, barely breathing. Minutes passed, then another knock, this time at the back door. I couldn't move. I couldn't even think. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it would explode. Someone was out there, circling the cabin, knocking just to let me know they were there. Playing with me. The knocking moved again, this time to the front door. Then the windows, tapping softly but deliberately. They were everywhere, and I couldn't see them, but they knew I was inside. I felt trapped, like a rabbit in a cage, and I didn't know what to do. If I stayed inside, they could break in. But if I went out there, I had no idea who or what I was facing. Suddenly, the knocking stopped. The silence was worse. It was like waiting for the other shoe to drop, knowing something was coming but not when. My eyes kept darting around, my hands trembling. Then, I heard the doorknob turn. Just a soft click, like someone testing it, seeing if I had forgotten to lock it. I held my breath, gripping the flashlight tighter. Whoever it was stood there for a long moment, then I heard footsteps moving away, back into the snow. I didn't relax. I didn't move from that chair for the rest of the night, keeping the flashlight pointed at the door, waiting for the sun to come up. When morning finally came, I packed my things, shoved them into the car, and didn't look back. I didn't even bother trying to figure out who had been out there or why they had cut the power. I just drove, not stopping until I was far away from that cabin, back in the safety of the nearest town. Whatever had happened, I wasn't sticking around to find out. I decided to take a solo trip to clear my head. It had been a stressful few months at work, and I needed a break from everything. I booked a cabin in the woods, far away from the noise and people. It was supposed to be just a weekend, some time to hike, read, and relax. I didn't expect anything strange to happen. The cabin was small but comfortable. It had everything I needed, a bed, a small kitchen, and a fireplace. It was isolated, tucked deep into the forest. There wasn't anyone around for miles, which was exactly what I wanted. The air was crisp, and the trees were thick. The only sounds were the wind and the occasional bird. I arrived in the afternoon and spent some time unpacking and settling in. I was planning to take a hike before dinner, so I grabbed my backpack and set out on one of the trails behind the cabin. It was peaceful, exactly what I needed. The sun was starting to set, so I decided to head back. When I got back to the cabin, I noticed something strange. Just outside the cabin, near the tree line, was a small camping setup. It looked like someone had left their gear there, a tent, a backpack, and some supplies. But I hadn't seen anyone all day, and this cabin was supposed to be private. There shouldn't have been anyone else around. I stood there for a moment, just staring at the gear. It didn't make sense. Maybe someone had gotten lost or set up camp nearby. I looked around, but there was no sign of anyone. I thought about calling out, but something about the situation felt off. I decided to ignore it for now and went inside to make dinner. That night, as I sat by the fire, I couldn't shake the uneasy feeling. Why would someone leave their gear so close to the cabin? And where were they? I kept glancing out the window, half expecting to see someone walking up to the door. But no one came. I went to bed early, hoping to get some rest. But around midnight, I woke up to a strange noise. It sounded like shuffling, like someone was moving around outside the cabin. My heart started racing. I lay there for a moment, listening. The noise stopped. I got out of bed and walked over to the window. I couldn't see much in the dark, but something was definitely off. The camping gear that had been near the tree line earlier was now closer to the cabin. Much closer. It was right outside the front door. My stomach dropped. There was no way the wind could have moved it that far. Someone had moved it. Someone was out there. I grabbed a flashlight and shined it out the window, but I couldn't see anyone. The forest was silent. I didn't know what to do. My phone didn't have service out here, and I didn't want to go outside to check. I decided to lock the doors and try to go back to sleep, though it was hard to relax knowing that someone had been outside my cabin. I finally drifted off, but I woke up again a few hours later to the same noise. This time, it was louder, closer. It sounded like footsteps, like someone was walking around the cabin. I stayed still, trying to calm my breathing. The footsteps stopped right outside the door. I was paralyzed with fear. Whoever was out there wasn't trying to be quiet anymore. I could hear them standing just outside, almost like they were waiting. I didn't dare move. I listened, hoping they would go away, but the silence stretched on. After what felt like an eternity, I heard the footsteps again, moving away from the door. I let out a shaky breath. I waited a few minutes before getting up and looking out the window. The camping gear was gone. I didn't sleep for the rest of the night. I kept the lights off and stayed by the window, watching. There was no sign of anyone, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every little sound made me jump. When the sun finally came up, I stepped outside to look around. There was no trace of the camping gear or anyone else. It was like nothing had happened. But I knew what I had seen. Someone had been out there, moving closer and closer to the cabin throughout the night. I didn't feel safe anymore. I packed up my things as quickly as I could, determined to leave. I didn't want to stick around to see if whoever it was would come back. As I was loading my car, I noticed something that made my blood run cold. In the dirt outside the front door, there were fresh footprints. They weren't mine. They were larger, like a man's. They circled around the cabin, leading back into the woods. I jumped in the car and drove out of there as fast as I could. I kept looking in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see someone following me. But the road stayed empty. I didn't stop until I was miles away from the cabin. I still don't know who was out there or what they wanted. The whole thing felt like some kind of game, like they were testing me, seeing how close they could get without being caught. I haven't gone camping since. The scariest part is not knowing. Not knowing who was out there, what they wanted, or why they didn't try to get inside. I was on my way to the cabin I had rented for the weekend, trying to get away from everything. Work had been a mess, life wasn't much better, so a few days in the woods seemed like the perfect break. I'd been driving for hours, feeling the tension ease as the city disappeared behind me. The roads became narrower, trees thicker, and eventually, I was on a dirt path winding through the forest. My GPS was spotty at best, but I had written down the directions, and the rental company had given me a map. I figured I'd be fine. At some point, I must have missed a turn. I'm still not sure when or where, but I remember driving past a fork in the road, the trees closing in a bit more. I thought maybe I was still on the right path because it all looked the same: woods, dirt road, the occasional sign. But after a while, something felt off. I should have reached the cabin by then. I slowed down, looking for landmarks or something familiar, but everything around me seemed strange and unfamiliar. Eventually, I saw a cabin up ahead, tucked back in the trees. I figured maybe I was closer than I thought, so I pulled up, relieved to see the place. The cabin looked just like the pictures I'd seen online, small, wooden, with a porch. I parked the car and got out, stretching my legs after the long drive. It wasn't until I was standing in front of the door that I noticed something was wrong. There were people inside. I could hear voices, laughter, and the clatter of dishes. This wasn't my cabin. The place I'd rented was supposed to be empty, just me for the weekend. I was confused. I walked back to my car, thinking I'd better check the directions again, figure out where I went wrong. As I was pulling out the map, the front door creaked open and a woman stepped out. She looked to be in her late 40s, maybe early 50s, with long, graying hair tied back in a loose braid. She wore a simple dress, kind of old-fashioned, like something you'd see in an old movie. She smiled at me, but it didn't feel right. Something about her expression seemed off. "Can I help you?" she asked, her voice sweet but strange, like she was forcing it to sound friendly. I stammered for a second, feeling awkward. I think I made a wrong turn. I was looking for a cabin I rented." Her smile didn't waver. "You're not lost. Come on in, have some dinner. It's almost ready." I was taken aback by how casually she invited me in, like we were old friends or something. My gut told me to decline, but she was standing there, staring at me expectantly. Before I could think of an excuse, a man appeared behind her in the doorway. He was taller than her, broad-shouldered, and wearing a worn-out flannel shirt. His face was expressionless, eyes fixed on me. "You should stay," he said, his voice deep and steady. "It's getting dark." I glanced at the sky, realizing the sun had dipped lower than I thought. Still, I didn't like the idea of staying with people I didn't know, especially since something about the whole situation felt wrong. But they were both standing there, waiting for me to respond, and it felt strange to refuse. Against my better judgment, I nodded. "Just for a few minutes," I said. "Then I'll get back on the road." The woman's smile widened. "Of course. Come in." I followed them inside, instantly feeling a chill as I crossed the threshold. The inside of the cabin was dimly lit, with a few old lamps casting a dull yellow light. The place smelled like food, something savory and rich, though I couldn't quite place what it was. There was a small dining table set up with plates, cutlery, and glasses, like they'd been expecting someone. Two other people were already seated at the table, a teenage girl, maybe 16, and a younger boy, around 10. They both looked up at me when I entered, but neither of them said a word. The girl had the same strange smile as the woman, and the boy stared at me with wide, unblinking eyes. "Sit," the man said, pointing to an empty chair. I hesitated for a second before sitting down. The woman disappeared into the kitchen, and I could hear her moving around, the sound of pots and pans clanging together. The man sat across from me, still staring without blinking. "What brings you out here?" he asked. "Just needed a break," I said, trying to keep my voice calm. "Rented a cabin for the weekend, but I must have taken the wrong road." "You're here now," he said, his tone flat. I nodded, not knowing what else to say. The room was quiet except for the occasional clatter from the kitchen. I could feel the girl's eyes on me, though I didn't dare look at her. Something about her made my skin crawl. After a few minutes, the woman returned with a large pot, setting it down in the middle of the table. She ladled something thick and steaming into the bowls in front of us. It smelled strong, almost overpowering, and I felt my stomach turn. I wasn't hungry, but I knew it would be rude not to eat. "Go on," the woman urged. "Eat up." I picked up the spoon and dipped it into the bowl, hesitating before bringing it to my mouth. The taste was off. It was thick and greasy, and I couldn't tell what kind of meat it was. I forced myself to swallow a few bites, trying to ignore the uneasy feeling growing in my gut. The man kept watching me, never touching his own food. The kids ate in silence, their eyes flicking between me and the adults. The woman sat at the head of the table, smiling that same unsettling smile. "So, you're traveling alone?" she asked, her tone casual but with an edge to it. "Yeah," I said, glancing toward the window. The sun was nearly gone, and the sky outside had turned a deep shade of purple. "I should probably get going soon." "Nonsense," the man said. "It's too late to be driving now. You'll stay here tonight." My heart skipped a beat. "I really can't. I need to find the cabin I rented." "You're staying," the woman said, her voice a little sharper this time. "It's not safe to be out there after dark." I could feel the tension in the room shift. The air seemed to get heavier, and the man leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. His eyes locked onto mine, unblinking. "You don't want to go out there," he said. "Trust me." I swallowed hard, my mouth suddenly dry. My instincts were screaming at me to leave, but I didn't know how to get out without causing a scene. I stood up, trying to keep my voice steady. "I appreciate the offer, but I really need to get going. Thank you for the meal." The man stood up too, moving faster than I expected. He blocked my path to the door, his expression darkening. "You're not leaving," he said, his voice low. Panic surged through me. I backed up, bumping into the table. The woman stood as well, her smile gone now, replaced with a cold, hard stare. The kids remained seated, watching the scene unfold without a word. "I don't want any trouble," I said, my voice shaking. "I just need to leave." The man didn't move. He stood there, towering over me, his fists clenched at his sides. I glanced around the room, looking for another way out, but the only door was the one he was blocking. "You're not leaving," the woman repeated, her voice eerily calm. I took a deep breath, my mind racing. I had to get out of there. I couldn't stay. Without thinking, I grabbed the nearest chair and shoved it toward the man, trying to create enough space to run. He stumbled back, startled, and I bolted for the door. I yanked it open and sprinted outside, the cold night air hitting me like a slap. I didn't look back. I could hear them shouting behind me, their voices echoing in the dark, but I didn't stop. I ran to my car, fumbling with the keys as my hands shook. Finally, I got the door open, jumped in, and slammed it shut. The engine roared to life, and I floored the gas, tearing down the dirt road as fast as I could. In the rearview mirror, I saw the cabin getting smaller and smaller, the figures of the family standing in the doorway, watching me leave. I didn't stop driving until I reached the main road. My heart was still pounding, my hands gripping the wheel so tightly they hurt. I pulled over, trying to catch my breath, my mind racing with what had just happened. I don't know who they were, or what they wanted, but I know I was lucky to get out of there. I had decided to go for a run on the mountain trail near my house. It was a beautiful, crisp morning, and I felt like I needed to clear my head. The trail was pretty secluded, which I usually liked. It meant fewer people and a more peaceful run. As I was making my way up the path, I noticed a backpack lying off to the side, half buried in the dirt. It was strange because it looked like it had been there for a while, just tossed aside. I slowed down to take a closer look. The backpack was dirty and old, and something about it made me uneasy. I hesitated, but curiosity got the better of me. I carefully unzipped the backpack and peeked inside. My stomach dropped when I saw a bloody knife among the contents. The knife was large, with a dark, dried stain on the blade. My first thought was that it must be some sort of sick prank, but the blood was real and fresh. I immediately thought about calling the police, but I wanted to make sure I was safe first. Just then, I heard a twig snap behind me. My heart raced as I turned to look. The forest was dense, but I thought I saw a figure moving among the trees. It was hard to tell if it was just my imagination or if someone was really out there. I felt a chill run down my spine. I decided I needed to leave immediately. I grabbed my phone, ready to call for help, but as I turned back to the trail, I saw the figure again. It was a person, standing behind a tree, watching me. I couldn't make out any details, but I could feel their eyes on me. My instinct screamed that I needed to get out of there. I started running again, this time with a sense of urgency. My pace quickened as I heard footsteps behind me, following my every move. The trail was getting steeper, and I tried to push myself harder. I glanced back occasionally, and each time, I saw the figure getting closer. I reached a clearing and hoped I might be able to get a better view of my surroundings. The figure had disappeared, but the sense of being watched remained. I was breathing heavily, trying to calm myself and think clearly. My phone was still in my hand, and I dialed 911, hoping to explain the situation. While I was on the phone with the operator, I heard a rustling sound coming from the bushes nearby. I looked over and saw the figure emerging from the woods again. They were moving cautiously, as if they were trying to sneak up on me. I told the operator I needed immediate help and described what I had seen. I continued to run, keeping my phone pressed to my ear. The figure followed, staying just out of sight but always within earshot. I felt like I was trapped in a nightmare where no matter how fast I ran, I couldn't escape. I was scared and exhausted, but I knew I had to keep moving. Eventually, I saw a park ranger station in the distance. I ran towards it, hoping for safety. I burst through the doors, breathless and shaking. The rangers took my story seriously and immediately contacted local law enforcement. They sent a team to search the area, but the person I had seen was nowhere to be found. The rangers and police took the bloody knife as evidence and conducted a thorough search of the trail and surrounding area. They couldn't find any trace of the person who had been following me, but they assured me they would continue looking. I was shaken but relieved to be safe. The experience left me deeply unsettled, and I've since avoided running on that trail. I went hiking alone on a Saturday morning. It was supposed to be a quick trail, one I had done before. The sun was out, and there were other hikers here and there. Nothing felt off at first. I was enjoying the peace and quiet, the sounds of the birds and the wind through the trees. It was relaxing. That's why I like going alone. It gave me time to think. About halfway through, I decided to take a small detour. There was a side path I'd seen before, but never took. I thought it would loop back around to the main trail, and I figured it'd be nice to explore a bit. It didn't seem dangerous. People went off the main trail all the time. I walked for maybe 30 minutes before I realized I hadn't seen any other hikers in a while. The path was less clear, narrower, and the trees were thicker. I stopped to check my phone, but of course, I had no signal. That didn't worry me too much at first. I had water, snacks, and the trail couldn't be too far off. I turned around and started walking back the way I came, but it didn't feel right. After 10 minutes, I wasn't seeing anything familiar. The path looked different, like I hadn't been on it before. I wasn't even sure which way I had come from anymore. I started to panic a little, but I told myself to stay calm. I could still find my way back. It was a popular area. Someone would come by eventually, and I could just follow them. Another hour passed, and I hadn't seen a single person. The sun was lower in the sky, and I knew I didn't have much daylight left. That's when I heard voices. It was faint at first, just some laughter and talking, but it was enough to give me hope. I followed the sound, thinking maybe I had finally found other hikers or a ranger or something. I walked through the trees, and the voices got louder. But when I finally saw them, it wasn't what I expected. There was a group of 4 people, all sitting around a fire. They were camping, but not in any designated spot. It was clear they weren't supposed to be there. Their tents were set up haphazardly, and the fire was too big for the small clearing they were in. Something about it felt wrong. I stood there for a second, not sure if I should approach them. They hadn't seen me yet, but I was lost, and they were the first people I'd found in hours. I didn't have much of a choice. So I stepped forward, trying to keep my voice steady. "Hey," I called out, waving a little. I think I got turned around. "Do you know which way the main trail is?" All 4 of them stopped talking and looked at me at the same time. The way they stared, it wasn't friendly. They didn't seem confused or concerned, just annoyed. One of the guys stood up. He was tall, a little scruffy, wearing a dirty flannel shirt. The others stayed seated, watching me. "You're lost?" he asked, his voice flat. "Yeah," I said, trying to keep calm. "I just need to get back to the main trail." "Do you know where it is?" He didn't answer right away. He just stared at me for a second, then looked back at his friends. They exchanged a glance, and one of the women laughed under her breath, but it wasn't a normal laugh. It sounded mocking. "I don't think there's a trail nearby," the guy said finally. "You're a little far from the regular spots." I felt a knot forming in my stomach. Something wasn't right. I took a step back, trying to figure out what to do. They were clearly not normal hikers. Their camp was messy, and the way they were acting was making me nervous. I wasn't sure if I should stay and try to ask more questions or just leave. "I'll keep looking, then," I said, turning to go. "Wait," the guy called after me. "You shouldn't wander off alone. It's easy to get more lost out here." I paused. His tone had changed. It wasn't concerned. It sounded more like a suggestion, but not in a good way. The others hadn't stopped staring at me, and I felt their eyes on my back. I didn't want to stay, but I didn't want to run either. "I'll be fine," I said quickly. "Thanks anyway." I started walking away, trying to stay calm, but I could hear footsteps behind me. He was following me. My heart started racing, and I picked up my pace, hoping he'd give up and go back to his camp. But the footsteps didn't stop. "Hey," he called again, his voice closer now. "Where are you headed? You don't even know where you are." I kept walking, faster this time, but I was starting to panic. I didn't know the way back, and I didn't want to run, but everything in me was screaming to get away from him. I could hear his footsteps getting closer, and when I glanced over my shoulder, he was only a few feet behind me. "I can help you find the trail," he said, his voice lower now, almost like he was trying to keep it quiet. "No, thanks," I said, not looking back again. I was almost jogging at this point, trying to put some distance between us. Then I heard the others. They were getting up, too. The voices from the camp were getting louder, and I could hear more footsteps behind me. I wasn't sure how many of them were following me, but it didn't matter. I broke into a full run. I didn't know where I was going, but I didn't care. I just needed to get away from them. I could hear them running behind me, shouting something, but I didn't stop to listen. The trees were thick, and the ground was uneven, but I kept running, my heart pounding in my chest. After what felt like forever, I couldn't hear them anymore. I slowed down, gasping for breath, and looked around. I had no idea where I was. The sun was almost gone, and the woods were getting darker by the minute. I kept moving, not as fast now, but I didn't stop. Every little sound made me jump, and I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting them to be right behind me again. Eventually, I stumbled onto what looked like a trail. It wasn't the main one, but it was something. I followed it, hoping it would lead me somewhere safe. It felt like hours passed before I finally saw the parking lot. There were a few cars left, and mine was still there, thank God. I practically ran to it, fumbling with my keys before I finally got the door open. I didn't stop shaking until I was miles away from the trailhead. I still don't know who those people were or what they wanted, but I'm never hiking alone again. I went camping alone last weekend, something I've done plenty of times before. I like the quiet and being out there with nothing but the trees and the wind. I set up camp near a small clearing, a good spot, away from any trails or other people. No one was around for miles, or so I thought. The first day went fine. I spent the afternoon hiking, taking in the views, then came back to camp to start a fire and cook dinner. It was peaceful. By the time the sun went down, I was pretty tired, so I turned in early, zipped up my tent, and lay there listening to the sounds of the woods. Nothing unusual, just a typical rustling of leaves and an occasional hoot from an owl somewhere in the distance. I drifted off to sleep easily. I don't know what time it was when I woke up, but it was pitch black outside, no moonlight, just complete darkness. At first, I didn't know why I was awake. Everything seemed quiet, but then I heard it. A faint noise, like someone going through something. It was coming from right outside my tent. I stayed still, holding my breath. It wasn't an animal. I could tell by the sound. It was too deliberate, like hands rummaging through my gear. My heart started pounding in my chest as I listened. I reached for my phone to check the time, 2:47 a.m. I thought about calling someone, but there was no signal this far out. The sound of zippers being opened reached me. Someone was going through my backpack. My stomach sank. Who would be out here in the middle of nowhere? My mind raced as I tried to think of what to do. I didn't have any weapons, just a pocket knife in my bag, and that wasn't going to help me now. I shifted slightly, trying not to make any noise, but the fabric of my sleeping bag crinkled under me. That's when everything went silent. Whoever was out there had heard me. I waited, barely breathing, but the silence stretched on, like they were waiting too. I wanted to look outside, but fear kept me frozen in place. I told myself to stay calm, to listen. Then I heard slow, deliberate footsteps. They weren't walking away. They were coming toward the tent. I squeezed my eyes shut, hoping I was just imagining it, but the footsteps stopped right next to me. I could hear them breathing, shallow and steady, just outside the thin layer of nylon separating me from whoever was out there. My heart was pounding so hard I was sure they could hear it. I didn't move, didn't even blink, just lay there pretending to be asleep. I could feel them standing there, waiting. Then, after what felt like an eternity, the footsteps started again, moving away from the tent. I let out a shaky breath, thinking maybe they were leaving, but then I heard it, the sound of something being strapped on, buckles clicking. I realized they were putting on my backpack. I couldn't stay there any longer. I had to know who it was. Slowly, as quietly as I could, I unzipped the tent just enough to peek out. My eyes had adjusted to the dark by now, and in the faint light from the dying embers of the fire, I saw him. He was standing there, facing the tent, wearing my backpack. He wasn't looking through my things anymore. He was just staring directly at me, like he knew I was watching him. I froze, my hand gripping the zipper, not sure what to do. He didn't move, just stood there, staring. I couldn't see his face clearly, but his eyes locked onto mine, and a chill ran down my spine. It was like he was waiting for me to do something. I slowly backed into the tent, pulling the zipper shut as quietly as possible. I didn't want to make any sudden movements. I didn't know what this guy wanted, but I wasn't going to stick around to find out. My mind was racing, trying to figure out what to do. There was no one out here to help me, no way to call for help. It was just me and him. I grabbed my boots and quietly slipped them on, my hands shaking the whole time. I didn't dare make a sound. My only thought was to get out of there, get away from him. But every time I moved, I expected to hear him come after me. I waited, listening for any sign that he was still out there. The fire had burned down to almost nothing, and the only sound was the wind through the trees. I couldn't hear him anymore, but I knew he hadn't left. I decided I had to make a run for it. There was a trail about a half-mile back that led to the main road. If I could get there, maybe I could find help. I unzipped the tent as quietly as I could and peeked out again. He wasn't there. I slipped out of the tent, keeping low to the ground. My backpack was gone, but I didn't care. I just needed to get out of there. I started moving toward the trail, careful not to make any noise. Every step felt like it took forever. As I got closer to the edge of the clearing, I glanced back at the tent. That's when I saw him again. He was standing by the tent, watching me. I hadn't heard him move, but there he was, just standing there, like he had been the whole time. I didn't wait. I took off running, not caring about the noise anymore. My only thought was to get to the trail, to get as far away from him as possible. I could hear him behind me, his footsteps fast, but not running. Just walking quickly, like he knew I wouldn't get far. My lungs burned as I sprinted through the trees. The trail was just ahead. I could see the break in the woods where it started. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I just kept running, my heart pounding in my ears. When I hit the trail, I didn't stop. I ran and ran, the footsteps behind me fading, but I didn't dare slow down. I didn't stop until I reached the road, my legs shaking and my breath coming in gasps. I collapsed onto the pavement, looking back toward the woods, but there was no sign of him. No footsteps, no rustling in the trees. Just silence. I don't know how long I sat there before I finally got up and started walking down the road. Eventually, I made it to a small gas station, where I called the police. They searched the area but didn't find anyone. My backpack was gone, and so were all my things.